Alright. Uh, alright. Hey, it's Rest of Cinco here, and today we are going to be playing Master Duel. I'm here for some nice little shameless gemmy grinding because I'm already spent. I already spent about 10K like about a few days ago. So let's get to it. Okay, let's go check the updates. Let's see issues. I don't care about that. What? Well, I kind of care about this because I use this deck. When you have no normal traps in your hand, the game becomes unplayable if... Okay. We got some new accessories. Let's see. Hey, nice. A nice little tropical icon. You know, it's nice and hot because it's summer. And speaking of which, like, yeah, it's kind of hot. I was actually considering, streaming without my shirt, but apparently I don't have duct tape, and or just tape in general for me to cover up a bit, because I don't want to risk, getting banned. And let's see here. Yeah, I would just say that. Nope. This is okay. This is a double D ghost. I used to run well, I still have my triple D deck in in IRL, but I mean, at the time it was super cool having all these summoning methods, but like usually it was too complex of a deck to play, and its end board wasn't that great compared to now. You might as well just make sword souls, because your end board is it's pretty much it's just very straightforward to play it, and you pretty much have like a better end board than like triple D. Nah. Oh, speaking of Labyrinth, I heard that I know that people are happy that the new Labyrinth support just came out in the Dread Conspiracy pack, but man, Labyrinth just keeps on getting more support, like with its newest card, and it's kind of, from what I've heard, it's broken. So, yep, at this point, Labyrinth is going to be a top. I wouldn't say tier 0, but like tier 1 for sure. So let's see right here. Okay, we can only just you can only use what, fairies and fiends, which is fine. And I assume, yeah, there's gonna be a list. But for now, let's choose. Let's just play the loader decks. I mean, these will be fun. Oh, yeah, let's see. Okay. I'm most likely just going to be using my Dark World deck. Because why not? It's actually perfect timing. Mm. Nothing like frozen yogurt in a nice hot day. Oh, wait. This isn't tier limits. What do I have to pay long chain? Nah. Okay, what do I need to send? What's actually good? Do. Or the target and tree as a tuner. Let me see what other good cards are there. I can just dump. You can banish one target. If this card's distributed, let me see if there's anything else. I know there has some cards to actually do stuff in the graveyard. I just gotta figure out which one. Oh wow, it doesn't have to be okay. Let's see. Let's see, install. I actually don't know what the best one to pick honestly is. So I guess I can go for. Yeah, let's just go for for Bhutan. How that. And now let's just chain. Let's just tribute. Because why not? Nice little setup. Oh, I wish this was a tuner. Okay, so one Cyber Angel. Let's see. Or nah, let's get a ritual. I mean, I could play this more of this deck. It does seem like, you know, kind of like a fun deck to play. I mean, what's actually... Alright, let's keep it coming. A nice deck thinning. And what's honestly a good... 8-8-6-6. Distribute it. Nah, let's get ourselves... Let's get ourselves this card. You see? What the heck? You can shuffle any other center of your graveyard, target one who's... Wait, what? Okay, that's cool. Get some nice recycling. And then what do we have ourselves now? Okay, simple enough. Got myself a nice Synchro Shokan. Yeah, that's it. Think about it, I could play more of this deck, but we'll see. What you got for me? I mean, wait, let's see. It's just only banish. I don't have to do anything yet. Okay, it's Polly. Just gotta wait for the right moment. Again, it's Fairy and Fiends. Whatever. You see, banish one Fairy and target one negate. I don't think I need to do anything yet. I don't know if I should have just. Now I'm gonna wait until he summons. Let's look at how cute this is. But I shouldn't be deceived because, you know, it looks really cute at first, but it's gonna become super vicious later on. Ava. Okay, I think I should be good. Oh, wait. Do I have anything to contribute? No, I don't yet. Okay. You know, in the meantime, I should just read these cards when I have the chance. Oh, shit. It's got pop. It's a 4/4 special. Okay, I'm reacting. Okay, let me banish. Well, I can set. Can I use my effect? No? I guess unless I missed the timing. Yup, I'm surrendering. I messed up. That was so stupid of me. Let's try this again. And honestly, I really never played like a Herald deck before. Back early stage of like Master Duel, it was just like Herald Lock, which is pretty annoying. But when we have Herald and like, you know, Angels in the mix, That's cool. You know, shout outs to like Alexis from what UGX. I can understand like, you know, they're trying to go for, what was it, more ritual support. It's like when like she made her like when she came back from, was it in Arc 5? But honestly, Zane should have been there instead because, you know, it would have been cool. It's Cyber Dragons, and the new support would have been awesome too. Wait, you think everyone's gonna be playing like Fluffles in this event? I mean, I'm just like trying out all the loner decks. I messed up my last duel, so I just want to see how this works. And then afterwards, I'm gonna use like my Dark World deck, because you know it's a fiend. Okay, what do we got here? Where's Dawn? Wait, what? No. All right, that's fine. Let's go. And what do I want to summon? If this card's, well, we'll summon you and they'll tribute you. Honestly, the ritual summoning is pretty cool. I mean, you don't see it that much, honestly, but when you do, it's pretty great. Yep, and then we can just double. Ash? Imperm, okay. Oh man, if the angel was just like it was a tuner, holy shit, that would have been pretty broken. And now, what do I want to add? Well, yeah, let's get was it Diviner? I can start things off. Okay, I can't. Let's see. Let. Okay, let's get this. Let's get a creation. Alright, what do you mean? Yeah, I'm just like pretty much, yeah, what counts as what? I'm sorry, Swan. Like, I'm confused. What do you mean by that? Hey, at least I have honest. Just, you know, give a throwback. What? Oh, that's right. Like, you know, the fusion. No. It still counts as fairy. We're good. I mean, I'm curious on what are we gonna be seeing like all like this entire event. I expect to see, was it Labyrinth? Okay, now Runix, a Furful. Oh, that's gonna be annoying. Hey, I already see people are running Decree just to counteract Labyrinth. That's actually not a bad idea. I don't know if you heard about like the new like Labyrinth card that just like got released for or just been announced for like OCG. Jeez. Yeah, I don't know if... Okay, let's see. I could still, if I could win this. If I could actually beat Runix, that'd be great. Otherwise, I'm just gonna switch over to like another loner deck. I still remember Agents back in the day when like I played it, right? So you played, I believe it was Venus. You can just like summon all the Shine Balls from your deck, and then you would just overlay them for like a rank 2. Good times. And the best part is that it's not once per turn. You can just keep doing it with the cost of 500 life points. That one card could be, you know, it's just like a free Link 4. Yo, what's that? Crocy the 5th. Welcome. How are you, how are you, man? What? Are you enjoying the new event? Okay, hold on. Let's cook. Pop it. Come on. Okay. Okay. Well, got the bait right there. You decided you don't like MD? Wait, is it because of 3 maxis or what? I'm doing fine right now. I'm about to go to I'm going to a vacation to this weekend with my family. I'm planning on going to what, Seattle, Washington, and flying out there. So that's gonna be fun. Gonna travel, enjoy some get some nice food, take some nice pics. And I've been just the past, I think last weekend, I actually had a good time with the new selection pack with Dark Worlds as well as Trap Tricks. Labyrinth not so much. You're playing for fun since he's got destroyed by meta. I mean, when did he start playing Master Duel? Were you one of the few people who played it when it first came out? Because I played paper Yu-Gi-Oh or TCG Yu-Gi-Oh, since day one when the show came out on TV, and I can kind of figure out that all the competitive tryhard people with interacting with the casual people, it was kind of funny yet sad at the same time, because even recently the Konami shareholders had a meeting in which yeah, actually getting new people into the game as well as retaining them, it's kind of hard basically due to the fact that it's just unforgivable in terms of the skill level. You just have to know reading, was it a walls of text, and just knowing what stuff does. I don't think a lot of people know what chain blocking, or just oh, you're gonna get Nibiru'd, and just okay, all that terminology. Yeah, so I mean, did you play around when tier limits came out? Tier limits came out, because I know that deck has been just causing a lot of havoc. And it was for everything, for even OCG, TCG, and Master Duel, and then it eventually just slowly kind of killed off the deck. I mean, the next selection pack, right, is just gonna be Kashtira. But that's why I'm really insistent, right? If they could do alternative modes, right? I mean, if you don't, I know that I would just suggest to you that, okay, if you don't like it, right, you could just play, I don't know, the casual matches in Yu-Gi-Oh, but that still doesn't solve the problem, because you're still gonna have a bunch of what you see in ladder and ranked just pop up in casual mode without any risk of just leveling down. And if they can just have GOAT format or Edison, that would be great. Because if they had that, and I would say maybe even the casual matches, in the beginning of it, right, they would have retained a lot of their player base. I know there's rush. I mean, if we're talking about the whole scope of Yu-Gi-Oh as a whole, they have dragon different formats, or just modes, the speed duels. They have link duels, as well as they have Yu-Gi-Oh rush duels. But I can see what's the future of Yu-Gi-Oh can be it might feel grim. I mean, what decks do you play? Do you play more nostalgia decks Blue Eyes, Dark Magician, or Red Eyes? Because for me, I actually have an IRL Blue Eyes deck, and I actually have a kind of semi-casual Blue Eyes deck. And I still remember when I first played Master Duel, because you get to choose between Blue Eyes, Fusion. You get the the Link Cyberse, or the, what else was there? I think it's the Junk Synchro starter decks. And I actually spent a lot of UR on the Blue Eyes deck, and for them, and mostly the entire most of the entire time I didn't complete it until now, and I just burned off so much UR. It's one of those woulda, coulda, shoulda moments, in which man, if I knew, I would have saved it, but I kind of relatively went in blind, and I was ooh, this is fun. They give you a lot of gemmies, and you can open a bunch of packs. It was actually super exciting. But yeah, I would say that in terms of this, like the meta decks, I really don't. I mean, for me, right? I love Yu-Gi-Oh, despite the fact that the state of Yu-Gi-Oh is going first, and then like watching your opponent just like going first. You just spend 10 minutes just like setting up your board and not let your opponent play the game. Coin flip, win. You pretty much win the entire like match. Yeah. Yeah. So I think with like Master Duel, itself, the game has already been out for like a year, like a year and a half already, and actually like they've done a pretty decent job when it comes to like doing their anniversary stuff, and just like having new features. Again, I'm waiting for Yu-Gi-Oh to do is just the retro formats and draft mode. The moment they have like draft mode, like fuck yeah, I'm gonna be playing that like all day. Because I don't know if you played like, let's say, like Hearthstone or like Shadowverse, because they have their own like draft modes, which are really fun. Because I just really like the fact that okay, you get a random selection, you get like, like a certain amount of like a set of cards, and you just have to make a deck out of that, right? And it's exciting because like you don't know what your opponent's gonna be running. You said frogs, red eyes, warriors, 10 Exodia, no. Pure the armed dragon, thunder jokers. I went with armed dragon. I actually have like an Ojama like armed dragon XYZ deck. Like shout outs to like Chaz Princeton, one of my favorite like characters of in GX, or like maybe like one of them in the entirety of Yu-Gi-Oh, as the entire like series, including like Kaiba. I mean, some may argue that pretty much Chaz Princeton just carried Yu-Gi-Oh GX. It's one of those things in which like I remember I read one of these threads that said that like okay, in this anime thread, like the side character is pretty much like the main character. There's like a lot more focus, right, on like or more so like the side character, one of them or whomever, is a lot more popular than the main character itself. I still remember being frogs in IRL. Like, it was like Frognarks. The classic, right? Because I still remember back in the day, like, when Treeborn Frog. This card's dumb. Because, like, oh, whoop-de-doo. You just have to have no spells and traps. You get a free summon. Those are some... No, honestly, those are some, like, fun nostalgia decks. Like, before, like, our old school cards, like Monarchs, Blue Eyes, Dark Magician, etc. They just essentially got power crept with the new support. Like, wait, what the hell happened? Oh shit! I got decked out. I didn't even realize it. That's funny. I remember like a fun deck. Like how much like of the the summoning methods is already familiar with? Because for me, I actually gave up. I actually was on a hiatus with Yu-Gi-Oh! When Pendulums got introduced. And it was at the same time when like Hearthstone came out. So it was actually perfect timing for me to like transition. I mean, to be fair, there are like fun meta decks, right? Like Light Sworns, like Chaos. They were fun. I mean, at the time, they were like tier 1, arguably tier 0, but they are super fun, like, especially Lights ones, right? Because it reminds me of, like, the card game, like, Egyptian Wars, in which you just, like, you keep, like, milling, and then, like, slap. And, like, you don't know what's gonna happen. Same with, like, I mean, like, a latest case would be, like, tier limits. Because you can pretty much just, what is it, mill? I mean, and then you can just, like, fusion summon. I honestly have no clue how to play Labyrinth. I'm just gonna be honest. Branded Labyrinth, you hate. I will say this though, branded. I mean, I kind of hate it because of like branded fusion. That card is like if you don't have like an Ash Blossom or a negate for that, it feels like it's over because they set up so well, arguably worse than like a fusion Destiny. If you remember like the DP era before they killed like Celestial. As well as, what was it? Labyrinth? I mean, here's my take, right? I hated like Eldritch when it first like that like when it came in Master Duel because pretty much the meta consisted of in the early days of Master Duel it was just Floowandereeze and Eldritch, but nowadays like yeah thank God right like fuck those decks. I'm especially with Floowandereeze, it was so annoying. Like they just made like an archetype that just played around Max C. You just special summon. I couldn't do anything. But luckily, right? Like they killed off like the most of the they hit most of like the floodgates, and they hit like the penguin at like 1. That was annoying. And I will say that, what was it? Yeah, I remember like with what was it? With with Eldritch, I kind of hated the fact that it was just like, okay, it's just one big boss monster and everything else was just set with traps. It was kind of annoying. It kept like, the recursion of the deck where you could just banish, set another trap, set another trap. But now like, oh boy, it's getting worse now because I feel like with Labyrinth it's like a much faster version of like Eldritch because of the fucking the quick effects. I don't know what your thoughts when Konami introduced like quick effects. It was like, oh, it's god damn it, it's just so fast. And also, like, if you do you remember like back in Priority was a thing back in the early times of Yu-Gi-Oh. Which with so if you forgot what Priority was. Like, it was pretty much like you summon like a card that had like an ignition effect. Let's say you summon like a Blackluster Soldier on the beginning or Chaos Sorcerer. Your opponent activates like Bottomless Trap Hole. And then like, okay, I declare priority before you, banish and destroy my monster. I get to banish your card right before it leaves to like hit the field. Priority was just so dumb back in the day. Imagine you just summon a Chaos Emperor special summon a Chaos Emperor Dragon. They they just compulse it, they bottomless it, and then priority, nuke the field. I get myself a Sangan, and then I have a Sangan on the field, then you're done. Get out of here. Yo, Crocy, thanks for the follow, man. I don't know if you like my, my follower alert, the only chance. I just loved like Chance Sprint. I don't know if you watched like any of the Yu-Gi-Oh series, because I watched the first like 2 like Yu-Gi-Ohs. Oh, I watched all 3 of them. I watched Yu-Gi-Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh GX, Yu-Gi-Oh 5Ds, and I watched the first 2 series in the English dub. I think I liked like watching 5Ds more in sub, but with the Yu-Gi-Oh GX dub, right? It was just so fun. It's just like it didn't take itself so seriously. It felt like it felt like Little Karibo or just the Yu-Gi-Oh bridge staff worked on it. It was great. And I know in the Japanese version for Chas Princeton, his name was like Jun Manjome, and his catchphrase was just like Manjome Thunder. And I don't know, because I think I liked Chaz It Up more because I grew up with it. It was a lot more nostalgic. And it just worked out. I feel like Chaz Princeton by far is like the most pretentious name you can think of, right? 2 of those names. I mean, I don't think no offense, right? I don't want to like, throw shade on anyone named like Chaz or like just anyone named Princeton, but think about it, right? In the beginning, right, Chaz was pretty much like an actual like dickhead. But later on, he became, like, I actually liked his character, like, growth, right? He became more of a, initially he became such an elitist, and then later on, he actually had to get humbled by like Jaden, and then eventually like, you know what, they like, he's less bitter towards Jaden. Like he kind of had like disdain for him, but you know they're on good terms as like rivals and like and friends as well, which I really liked. You said that you watched it until like the first Duel of Pegasus. Duelist Kingdom was great, honestly, because I still remember like it was like wild shit. Like, and no, that was like the literal definition of like screw the rules, right? You just didn't care. I think the most absurd, like, a duel I remember was when Yugi was dueling against, was it Ghost Kaiba? And then the real Kaiba, right, underground, he had to hack, like, in his computer, like, the main duel between, like, Yugi and the imposter Kaiba. And he had to, like, implement a virus to weaken the Blue Eyes White Dragon's attack points. It was so stupid. It was hilarious, too, which is great. And what is it? I forgot what other duels were there as well. That were really great. Obviously, the first episode was the big selling point. It's what I grew up with when it first happened when I was little, and then I was like, holy shit, this is awesome. Not just like the, you know, with the voice acting and all that, right? Because I think for the voice acting for Yu-Gi-Oh, for the most part, it was pretty like top notch. Especially with Pegasus' voice. Like, hi, Yugi boy. It was just perfect. Like, I think, like, at the time, like, they actually had, like, everyone sounded pretty perfect. For the cast. Even, like, with Kaiba, too. Because, like, Eric Stewart, because he played, like, James as well as Brock from Pokemon. But somehow, it just worked for him being, like, a very, like, a funny asshole. Like, even, like, the Dark Side Dimensions, like, the movie, right? It was pretty much the Kaiba like movie, right? The fan service with it's just Kaiba. Ah, impossible. Like, and even the soundtrack from like the from Yu-Gi-Oh was great. Let me find it. It's like Kaiba's theme was just great. Like, you know that when this song drops, you know shit's going down. Is everyone hit with nostalgia? I play Pot of Greed. What does that do? It allows me to draw two... I mean, you guys know the memes that came from Yu-Gi-Oh! Like the Exodia Uno card meme. As well as... What, it should have been me, not him. But that's later down the line. Like, I still remember... It was the guy, the Dragon Champion. That was great. On the turtle to take down the castle, or just Giant Soldier of Stone just like attacking the fucking moon. It was so absurd. And that made me realize that I like just fell in love with the series. Just watching it, just like the role playing, as well as just like, you know, going to... And actually that's how I met like my closest friends. Like we would bring, or like, you know, they would bring like their decks, you know, decks with like no sleeves, like rubber bands. And just play during, like, lunch. And they didn't have deck boxes, too. This is, like, again, like, this was before that we could actually, like, afford it. Because at the time, like, you know, we didn't have that much, like... Well, I mean, we did have the money, but think about it, right? Would you rather spend, like, $4 on, like, a booster pack? Or would you rather spend that $4 getting you some actual, like, lunch? You know what I would do, right? I would just say, you know, hopefully I pull like a rare ultra card from the pack, sell it, and then buy myself some actual dinner with it. Yu-Gi-Oh is pretty expensive. Like, I mean, still to this day is expensive, but back then, holy moly. Like, I still remember Maxi. It was like I think a $10 or $15 card. And it skyrocketed to like 80 or 200, like or 100. Jesus. No, I mean, I would say like the first like because because I think I would recommend you this, right? If you like, there's like a YouTube video called like the the history of the metagame for Yu-Gi-Oh, right? It was pretty much from like 2002 to 2005, documenting like, you know, all like the starter decks, as well as the, you know, the booster packs that came along down the line, how it shaped the meta. Because at the time, it was really interesting because people just ran like beatdown, like Salt and Judgment was like at 2 at the time. Because back then, right, no one wanted to give up like 4,000 life points. And that's the thing, it was a free negate. Nowadays, like, paying half your life points is nothing because you get one window of opportunity is all you need in order to just destroy your opponent. And like all like the old school like the power cards, right? If you remember like the spell cards like Painful Choice, Graceful Charity, Giant Trunade, like Raigeki, jeez. I still remember with Painful Choice, I didn't understand how much of a big deal it was. Because, like, what's the big deal? Okay, your opponent, you just select 5 cards, your opponent picks one for you, you get it, and everything gets dumped to your grave. But it turns out that a lot of, like, the decks, the meta decks, right? They are very graveyard, oriented, in which, like, you can set up super fucking well. It's actually kind of, arguably much more lethal. That's why with Graceful Charity, right? It could be even more considered more powerful than a Pot of Greed. Because when you play Graceful Charity, ultimately it's like a 1-for-1, right? You play your Graceful Charity, you draw. Okay, you already use 1 card, right? And then Graceful Charity, you draw 3, and you discard 2. But you think about it. Let's say like you draw like 3 cards. One's light, one's dark, and one's your Chaos Sorcerer or Emperor Dragon. You discard the light and dark. Oh, that's convenient. I have my setup. Oh man. And then we had like Cyberjar, Fiberjar, and I mean, recently they actually brought back like Cyberjar. Given the fact that it's kind of slow and they have a bunch of cards that would just straight up negate. And it's really crazy, right? Like, are there any other cards that, like, could they possibly bring back? Given how, like, the meta is right now. But it turns out that, nope, that's not happening. Like, there's no way in hell that Pot of Greed's ever gonna come back. Because, Konami, right? They don't like it when nowadays they don't like your opponent getting, like, a free, like, +1. And, like, and they would just they wouldn't be able to sell their cheaper, less efficient, versions of Pot of Greed. Like, why the hell would you run like a Pot of Desires when you can just run a Pot of Greed? And that's the thing with, you gotta love those power creeps to spy by. Konami never ceases to impress me, right? By the fact that they can keep, upping up the ante, upping up like how broken can they make like the new set of cards. He said Gift of Greed's the best card. Was he? What the heck's Gift of Greed? Oh, your opponent draws 2 cards? I mean, I don't know if you remembered Bystro Butcher, right? For like back in the day, it attacks, does damage, your opponent draws 2 cards. Deck out decks were like a viable strategy back in the day. Because obviously you have your traditional way of winning, right? Of just attacking your opponent and just get them to 0. There was also burn decks back in the day, as well as was it burn stall and just decked out decks, and then even stall Exodia. Like Exodia is the Exodia is like the only like card that's like the only normal monster that's like at 1. And the thing is that, like, I can only imagine how much the original, like, pieces of Exodia are worth, right? From the very first booster pack. It must be worth, like, $200 or, like, a lot. Especially if it's, like, a mint condition. I mean, there's gift card and Pot of Greed, but then again, you have, like, the healing, like, cards, right? That converts, like, healing damage, healing to, like, effect damage. So there's that. And oh, dude, I still remember the like gravity bind and level limit area B. It was so stupid in terms of like, and also like messenger piece, right? Those are just like really powerful, just like stall cards. No, it was really annoying. And then like, okay, XCs and Links came out, and this made it like pretty much irrelevant. Like people argue that like XCs which new like summoning method has killed Yu-Gi-Oh? Because I honestly thought that synchros at the time were pretty cool, because it was like pretty much like a better like fusion like summoning. Because you know with fusion summoning, you have to get the specific ritual, the specific monster ritual, and you have to have exactly the you know, the sacrifices in order to summon it. And more often than not, like, it wasn't even worth it. Think about it, all that time just to get out a hungry hamburger. Like, I would say the best few like ritual cards back in the day. Oh, if we're talking old school, right? It was like the Paladin of like White Dragon. There was Relinquish and Blackluster Soldier, and I think Magician of Black Chaos too. Everything else was just like, it was just garbo. I mean, nowadays they have more new ritual support. And don't get me wrong, like ritual summoning, it's still pretty cool. It's still pretty cool. Like if you saw like seen like the summoning animation for it. And also with like with Xyz monsters, right? I actually like the idea in which that, okay, like, you know, you just how you stack two same levels together at the same time, and then in order to use your effect, you have to detach like the Xyz materials, or like I think in the show, right? They call them like overlay units. When I honestly thought overlay units sounded a lot cooler. So you have to like actually like know when to use up your like, you know, your resources, which is pretty great. You see, fun fact, was it fun fact branded only like out to like, Gravity Bind's Chimera? Yeah, I mean, if you use Gravity Bind against like Despia, they would be like, who the hell's running like Gravity Bind or like in this day in 2023? This isn't like what 2000 like 2004 or 2005. I mean, you could try to use Gravity Bind because what is it? What's dominating right now? I think it's tier limits. Basically, a lot of like, what is it? Level cards. So it's like fusions, like, and then sync, and then yeah, and then labyrinth. Oh man, no, Brandon keeps getting so much support. I think they're on their 12th like new dragon card. And I don't know if you know much about like, for instance, right now they have been like Konami's been really upping up like the waifu pandering. And what I mean by that is like, you know, they have a bunch of these like waifu, you know, decks and archetypes that are pretty good, and like, you know, it does pretty well because a lot of like the people make a lot of like fan art, and that's like free marketing right there. And people would be like, oh wow, I want to, that's really cool, I want to like, you know, get that deck, and it's viable too. Like for instance, we have Hexa Sisters, we have Labyrinth, and we have Sky Strikers. And especially with Sky Strikers too, that archetype, it actually has its own like manga series. Like right here, I actually have my copy right here. Like Konami decided to make like a new series that's not focused so much on like the archetype or like the game itself, but just on the lore, which is pretty cool too. I think, and you know, it's actually selling. It's like it's gonna be. It already sold like two. It's already on its like second volume already, and I think it's gonna get volume 3. And like obviously, like after Sky Striker, they can move on to another archetype, but like it's yeah, who knows? Maybe it can get like an anime that'll really get it, for more people, not necessarily like into Yu-Gi-Oh, because it's like similar to that of like if you watch like Netflix, there's like if you watch like Arcane or Cyber, was it Cyberpunk, Edge Runners. Like you didn't necessarily have to like play the game, because obviously if you play the game you get all the references. But I watched those shows and which were based off the video game, and it was, wow, this is really fucking awesome. You get more people into like exposure and like to just try out the games, especially with like Cyberpunk. I remember the initial release was not great for that game because it was like full of bugs and all that stuff. But later on, after like the anime dropped, right? More interest like for the game just came back. Like, wow. So I'm hoping that like with Yu-Gi-Oh, like they can have that too. And I feel like because like the manga series, it's like every month there's like a new chapter. So like, and based on like the source material, they can really go for like one season of it if they wanted to. But obviously, making an anime is like pretty expensive. I don't want to go into like too much detail with that, but I think you get it. Yeah, Dragon Maid and Trap Tricks too. Like I feel like for like Dragon Maid was based off like Kobayashi's like Dragon Maid, that anime manga series, and Trap Tricks like I like Trap Tricks. It's like a lot slower and more like control. So, yeah, well, we're gonna see what's gonna happen. We're like, it's just like we're living in a whole different, new era, right? Of like Yu-Gi-Oh. And it's a like, wait, Tenyi Exodia? I actually have no idea what that actually entails. If you can explain what the concept of the deck. I know what like Stall Exodia. I used to run like a Crooked Cook Exodia deck. I was pretty degenerate. All I did was just like stall, wait for my opponent just to give up, and just take like a bazillion turns. And I remembered like what the other alternate, like the other, what was the variations of Exodia? I mean, they were like they weren't as, they were okay. I think they made like Exodia Necros and then like Exodios the Ultimate Forbidden Lord, which was, they're pretty cool when you think about it, right? Because like old school Yu-Gi-Oh cards have their own like array of like support. Yeah, no, usually, like, the strategy is, like, you play, like, a very insufferable deck, and you just bank on your opponent just quitting. I'll be like, I don't have time for that shit. Like, Eldritch, or Philanderies, or just, like, like a bird. This is, like, like a trap deck. Those are pretty annoying to deal with. Jeez, I'm... Ah, damn it. I'm just playing against... Oh, wow. I'm playing Dark World. Hey, I got myself a Dark World deck, too. It's perfect. So what should I dump? Is there anything I can... Yeah, just send it. Boom. Punish. What? Why would you run Dark World Dealings nowadays? It feels like it's so risky because your opponent can like run a Dark World deck, and your opponent can set up too. I think that's terrible, honestly. Dark Worlds and it's out now. It's like third wave of support. I still remember like getting when it got introduced like in GX era, and then like they made a structure deck out of it, and now they have like a fusion and much better support. One of my favorite archetypes, by the way. And it's not like once per turn, too. You can just, like, for the most part. You can just keep doing it. Let's go. Let's kick it polymerization style. Oh, and I got myself the win right here. Let's have some nice little sharks. And like, speaking of sharks, I actually never like watched like Jaws. I think I should, honestly. And the loader decks they give you in this like in Master Duel, they're pretty fun. They're not like super garbage. They're like relative. I know that Konami has tried to make it like relatively like competitive, nothing like super like basic. Stall. What are some? I remember some annoying stall. Oh, speaking of stall, I don't know if you remembered like Mystic Mine. That card was just like that's why it was one of the worst cards designed. Can't attack your opponent, and you can't use your effects. You just have to sit there and take it. All right. Yo, let's just. Okay, let's see. I gotta select the deck. All right. Oh shit. Well, I can't run these. No, I can't. Oh, that's this cringe. I can only use fiends and like which is fine, honestly. Okay, what else? What should I run then? At least I have more like room to run imperms. Okay, what else is there? Ah, foolish. I still remember when I first was introduced to this card, I laughed at the idea, like, what's so good about this card? You know, you're just sending a monster from your deck to the grave. That's dumb. And then, like, hello, there are cards that, you know, have effects in the graveyard. And I was like, oh, yeah, I feel a little stupid. So, and now that we're on the topic of that, oh man, now I need to run more cards. Let's see. Yeah, let's run 3 of these. What else we got? Is there one more card I should run? Tempting. What else, like, hold on. Wait, I think I'm missing something. Let me see my match history. Needs to confirm my opponent's deck. No, I thought I could look at like, you know, my opponent's like event deck. Cause I played against that Dark World player. Like, what the hell were they running? Cause this card's pretty good. It's a fiend and it meshes well with Dark World too. All right, let's fuck it. Let's just run a Monster Reborn. It's like a very standard staple. How that? Okay, let's go. Because like I'm just here just to grind for gemmies, and then perhaps maybe I'm done with that. We could probably do some, you know, some viewer and, you know, chatter duels. I'm all for that. Yeah, well, here's the thing though too. Like I think you're absolutely right about that. With like Konami, they are kind of like out of touch with their like the player, like the community or the player base itself, because like to their credit, they have collabed with like, you know, like Yugi tubers. I've seen that, but like actually having somewhat like someone there to be a representative would be nice. But and that's like with like Master Duel, for instance, like I a lot of people appreciate how they gave constant updates and like, you know, to their ban list, but the decisions are like super wonky. Unlike with the TCG one, it takes forever for them to actually have like a ban list, and you know, sometimes it hit, sometimes it's a miss. Like when they make their cards, they just don't realize that how broken the cards are. Like back in the day, they didn't expect like, you know, non once per turn stuff to be that, you know, brutal. But then like they realized it and they had to like, you know, make erratas or like nerfs to it. I'm not doing like fuck this deck. I'm not playing against Time Lord. It's annoying. Okay, yep. I make some adjustments. Yeah, it'd be cool if like Konami had more playtesting with their like their cards. And here's the thing that with Konami, right? It's more focused towards like the OCG, like the Japanese player base. What they use is different from what TCG player use. So you know, it's kind of like I don't know if they want to dedicate all their effort on doing that. Okay, let's get Duster. Yeah. Okay, I think... Yeah, I think this should be fine. I think... Nah, I think pot... Nah. Let's get dragged. Alright. I think this should do the trick. See? You can't complain like it's... No, that's the thing, though. It is what... that's why, like, you know, Konami, the nickname, like, people give it is Ko-Money, right? It's all about that, like... Cha-ching, cha-ching. It's all about the money, money, money. See? Don't need to wait, hold on, I need to find a song. Because there's just like a song that just comes right straight to my head right now. This is Konami's main theme. Man. This is what Konami cares about. I still remember watching like this, like The Apprentice. It was actually a really fun. It was actually a pretty like fun show because this thing just encapsulate this because that's what everyone wants, the fucking money. Oh, dude. Now that you mentioned Plants vs. Zombies. Okay, for a second there, I was thinking about like actual the plant and zombie archetype. But I know what you mean by that game. That game was so fun. I remember just like I used to go to like a tutor's place and I would just like use their like computer and just kept playing that. Holy shit! And that's the thing. It was one of those like those setups like type of games. So I really like the defense games. I don't know if you remember like Balloon Tower. It's like the Balloon Tower defense game. I forgot like what exactly the game was called, but you just have like a bunch of stuff just to like, you know, shoot down balloons, and you would just freeze balloons and all that. I remember playing that in middle school. It was so fun. Was it Garden Warfare games? No, I don't think... I'm not too familiar. I remember, like, back in the old days, I played the... What was it? I used to play the... What was it called, honestly? Oh, yeah, I think it's the Flash Adobe games. Like, if you grew up with, like, you know, Cartoon Network, like Kids Next Door, Billy and Mandy, those games. I still remembered, like, back when I was little, I didn't really have, like, a computer or, like, Wi-Fi. So me and, like, my family would go, like, you know, like, book, like, a computer lab or just use their computers to play those games. And also look at, like, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card list. Man, that was such a great time. like the nostalgia is just like it's just getting to me. Back in the day where we didn't have like YouTube, and because like before, like for Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Like before, like for some people who can actually make a legit living off this game, you would have what is I mean, if you have people just post like the content for Yu-Gi-Oh was just like banless predictions, banless reactions, opening packs, you know, showing off your deck list at home or like a tournament or locals. But now that we have more access to like YouTube and Twitch, and people are a lot more creative, I've seen people done like progression series, like skits, which is cool. You know, I'm all for getting new people to enjoy like the game itself. Even recently, they had like a Yu-Gi-Oh hosted a Master Duel tournament, and they invited like a bunch of like Yu-Gi tubers slash influencers, like particularly, I think if you know who was it, it's like Saikuno or Fusli. They're like big time like streamers slash like content creators, and they actually like enjoy like playing Yu-Gi-Oh too. So that was cool. You know, there's more exposure to like the game itself. And like recently, what I mentioned before, right, with Konami, with their current problems with like how the state of the game is, as the game gets bigger, right, it is worrying that like, are they gonna like make big changes? Because from what I've heard too is that they could do rotation formats, right, similar to that of like Hearthstone or Shadowverse. Like the first 2 years, you're allowed to only use cards from like a particular release set, and to do that. But like in terms of this, like the Adobe kids, I remembered like I think it was Kids Next Door, Billy and Mandy. There's the Teen Titans like fighting game. That was fun. And I know it's not, what was it? I don't think it's part of Cartoon Network, but I think it was like Mucha Lucha. That was great. I think like the Billy and Mandy game, you had, if I remember right, because you had like a bunch of like arrows coming, and you had like click the corresponding like key to match it. I don't know if they still have that anymore. I think you can YouTube it if you know what I mean, like the Cartoon Network Adobe games. I don't know. That's why like I can understand like playing like a lot of like old people who are really frustrated about how like the state of Yu-Gi-Oh is. It's just like what happened to the good old fusion summoning and ritual summoning, and was a lot slower pace before everything just became like hand trap, hand trap, hand trap, spam, 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 negate, negate, negate. That's why like for a while I actually like played like Magic the Gathering, or got into it, and I played casually with like my brother. Because it was a lot slower pace and enjoyable. Wait, what the hell? It's supposed to get negated. It's in the imperm column. It's bullshit. Oh, and that's the that's the funny thing too. People are really complaining about like imperm right here. Because you know how like it's funny that people like get impermed, or just like forget where they place that they play in their own zone, and they negate their own card effect. That's fucking great. But sadly, I guess people just can't pay attention, and like I think that's part of it, right? If you can't really pay attention to like the positioning of like where you place your cards, you deserve to get punished. So this is actually it's kind of lame why they did that, but I get it. I guess people were frustrated. It happened a lot more frequent than it originally did. So and that's the. I mean, I know that people focus a lot about like the negatives of like Master Duel, but let's say talk about the positives. I like how they have like special animation effects for certain cards, like Imperm, Raigeki, Dark Hole, Dester. I guess like staples, and we also have like animation effects for like monster summons, which is nice. And they actually have like a little, little stat line, right? In which whenever a card's summoned, you get to see what the win rate of the card is, as well as the rate at which people use them. Because we all know that what the #1 card in terms of like usage rate and win rate is, right? Care to guess, anyone? Care to guess what the card I'm talking about? It starts with the letter M. And it's Maxi. I still use Twitter, and I do like, keep up with what the YouTubers and influencers are saying. And like, there's this one guy in particular. He just tweets out like every day to like ban Maxi and at like the official Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel account. Because it is so, like, polarizing, that one card. Because, again, right? Oh, I can drop it? Okay, keep going, buddy. You better finish me off this turn, because if the 10 cards you gave me, I'm just going to destroy you. Wait, you're saying you're trying to lab to see if you like it or not? Oh shoot, you're. Oh yeah, wait, it's 1:50 a.m. at your time. Oh, for sure. I mean, it's 4:50 at my time, p.m. at my time. I'll say that. And I'll say it's kind of hot. So I do appreciate, you staying up, listening to me just like chat, rant about Yu-Gi-Oh or whatever, right? At 1:50 a.m. I'm glad you're willing to sacrifice your, your sleep time to like watch moi. And I will say that in the next few days, it's gonna approach like the 1-year anniversary when I start streaming. I can't believe time went by fast. You have nothing else to do? Oh yeah, well, since you followed me on like on Twitch, right? You can join my Discord for like more like updates, notifications, and whatever else I post. As well as like check out my YouTube channel. Yeah, it's like mostly a bunch of VODs about all the other games I play. As well as, what was it? And also my Twitter account too. So if you want to like, check that out, by all means. Oh man, Tax Dragon. I fucking hate this card. Alright, let's just get the hell out of here with that shit. I don't want to pay like $600. Just imagine if this was Yu-Gi-Oh, right? You have to pay 600 you have to pay 600 life points in order to play the card. Get out of here. Hey, IRS, if you're hearing, right? Obviously, you gotta pay your taxes. It's very important. Okay? Okay. Yo, let's go. Okay, now I can actually, like, pop off and move freely. Let's go. This card's so good. Right here. I could just pitch. And then I can pop. Again, not once per turn, baby. Ow. Boom. Boom shakalaka. Not gonna let you have a built-in polymerization. Get the hell out of here with that shit. And I'm not done yet, because I can just bring it back. I could just keep going. You know what? Let's up the ante. Because I don't have to worry about it. I need to just like inflict as much pain as possible to set up. Because next turn it's gonna be fucking brutal. Beige time. Beijing beef. I don't know if, man, like going to Panda Express, right? Just in, like, I think it's one of my favorite things to get. It's just like Beijing beef. It's pretty good. I don't know if you guys been to like Panda Express. Do you guys like? I think my go-to is just the orange chicken, but the honey and walnut shrimp is pretty fucking tasty. Obviously, you know, too much Panda is not really good good for you because of the MSG, but it's like whatever. And I get their... maybe I... that's a tough call. Are they just a pop there, like, you know... Yeah, it's... yeah, whatever. Just their... Because I know that they have, like, their rice... fried rice, as well as their, like noodles, too. Yum, yum, yum. Okay. Please let me set up. Get out of here. Hey, I heard there's no Maxi or Ash. So what you got? Come on. Oh, perfect. I wonder what my face down's going to be. Yeah, a lot of these Dark World players don't like... I think the Dark World Dangers, they don't run Punishment. I thought Punishment was like a nice like trap card, but I guess it's too slow. Okay. So I gotta wait for the right moment. No! Well, that's not good. Wait, what? If when a monster would be special normal? Wait, how can I not, like, do that? Okay, can I act? That's weird. Like, why isn't my punishment working? It says right here... When a monster would be normal or special summon, you can negate the summon. Unless I'm missing something. So I can understand that. I guess there's certain conditions in order to, like, for this card to work. You're back? Sweet. You didn't really miss much. I was just kind of ranting about why isn't this card's effect working. And also going over, like, Panda Express, like Beijing beef, orange chicken, honey walnut shrimp. I mean, instead of going for, like, the... Was it the rice? Was it the fried rice or just the noodles? Or the chow mein. I go for, like, the greens. Because obviously, you know, eating greens is great for you. I still remember when I was like in like Anime Expo, like a few weeks ago, and I didn't even have it like. It was kind of unhealthy because I was mostly eating like, you know, like food like, you know, Brazilian steak and like KBBQ, Korean barbecue, and I didn't have enough greens. I didn't go for like to the bathroom within like a few days. It was kind of bad. You had to wash your face so you're not tired. That's usually a good thing. That is like a good way to wake yourself up. Just cold water. From what I heard is that if you shower, like do hot showers, it makes you a lot more tired than usual. Oh. No. This is honestly a really good card to have for Dark World. You dump your spell, and then boom. You can discard. It's a free like discarder right here. Okay. Yo. Okay. We got this. I hope that they just overextend so I can punish them. I don't know what you guys' thoughts are. Again, I honestly think this card should be hit. It's so dumb. It's like a 1 for like what, 3 or 4 cards, banish face down. It's perfect. Jake, cover your hands with water, rub in your face, and give yourself like 3 slaps. How you do it? I mean, I guess I prefer not to like do that, like because I don't like to kind of like hurt myself when I don't need to. I mean, if it helps you, right? Like how hard to slap? It's like, And speaking of which, like, would you ever do like a slapping competition or no? Or just like a friendly slap, or just like a slap fight with like a friend? Because I remembered I was like at a friend's place. We were playing like Mario Kart, and then I think we are just like bantering and just like talking shit. And then like we had a bet that like, okay, one of our if one of us gets like whoever like places first, they get to slap the other person. And I actually placed like higher than like he did, right? So I got to slap him in the face. But when I played again, another friend beat me, so he slapped me, and I was like terrified because I know how strong he is, and it was just like, and I didn't even take the full brunt of it. I kind of like turned away like halfway through, but it hurts like hell. Like I never even knew like the difference between like an actual like a slap and a bitch slap. Apparently a bitch slap, right? You have to use like, it's like the palm of your hand, which does more damage. And I don't know if you guys have like a pretty like a high like pain tolerance, because my pain tolerance is not that great. I think I would potentially just like pass out for if I experience like too much pain. Like, and even those like those pain type of like competitions too. Like for instance, what was it? I would say that. Do you guys remember playing like Bloody Knuckles or Mercy when you were little? Because I still remember playing like my hands are kind of like delicate, and if I try to play like Mercy with someone else who has bigger hands and better grip strength, they can like legitimately break my wrist. Like in the first, I won't even last like the first like 5 seconds. I would just immediately just cry, mercy, mercy, mercy. I mean, Bloody Knuckles is the same thing too. It's pretty like right here. I think even if it hurts if I had to punch them, right? Because it literally you can keep going until your like knuckles are like this like swollen and bloody too. Jeez, that. I think by far Bloody Knuckles was my favorite. You once slapped someone's the back of the head so hard you gave him a slight concussion. Jeez, man. Was this like back in like in school or what? Because obviously when you play like in middle school or like high school, it's like it's all all in good fun, but obviously if the the teachers or the staff get like a hold of that, you would probably get suspended, maybe even expelled too. I mean, I get it. It's not fun, because like back in the day, right, you could have like all like I mean, I don't know if it's a saying like boys will be boys, in which that you would just do like really stupid, really fun and stupid shit with one another. But I don't know. Obviously, I'm not gonna do that now, like do super reckless shit. But you know, but I think maybe like doing eating contests, I would have fun with that. Like, I did. Was it? According to like my friends and family, and even me, I think I could eat a lot, and I think I could eat pretty fast too. So for instance, I have like a sister. She told me about her like one of her friends. She's kind of like like hyping me up, and she says that hey my brother right, he can like he can eat a lot, and then like her friend apparently eats a lot and eats fast too. So she was thinking about try to pay for like my food right, and like if I manage to like beat him like in an eating contest. So I guess I have to find whatever like I'm comfortable with challenging him with. I don't know, like a classic hot dog eating contest, or just like a bowl of noodle soup, all that. But for me, or like it would ask if I can eat like 3 like burgers, and I feel like, or like with like a double cheeseburger patty. And I was like, if I don't eat anything all day, I think I can do it. But man, that's like a shit ton of calories right there. And I possibly could just get a heart attack. You said school when you heard from it like a month later was impressed with their power. You were just like, I get yours. You were like one slap man, right? Like one slap, like. I mean, I mean, speaking of like slaps, right? Where's your thoughts on like the Will Smith and like Chris Rock like slap at the, was it the I forgot what the difference between was, the Oscars or Emmys. I know there's a difference. I forgot which one was like a music reward or a like a film reward. Oh no, the memes that came out of it were pretty funny. And I mean, I think people have kind of, well, that now that that's what Will Smith will be known for nowadays, right? Not like not just for his like his movies, but he's just the slapper. And Chris Rock, he had every right to sue the shit out of him for that, for like, or press charges or like assault, but he didn't. He was like, nah, because he had every right to. Because if someone like went up to me and slapped the shit out of me, I think I'd be like, I would think I'd be rolling with them on the floor, or I'd definitely sue that. I would definitely press charges. Like you don't just do that. Like, what is wrong with you? Yeah, I can't. I mean, obviously, I can't tell. Like, well, okay. I assume it wasn't like that. I felt that it felt like a really weak slap. I mean, like unless like Chris Rock, he has like some like massive like pain like tolerance. I mean, let's be real with that. With Will Smith, we all know full well that like he would not even do that. Let's say if like The Rock or like Dwayne Johnson was talking like bantering, talking shit, we all know full well that he would not do that, right? Because like he's much bigger than him, and we all know what would happen. Like he wouldn't even dare attempt it. But he had to find someone like that he viewed was like weaker than him, which is kind of like a little bitch thing to do. But see? No, I understand. No, I get it, right? He was making a joke, but like, I don't know. I think it sets like a very bad precedent in which that like it's really tricky when you think about it, right? Because in a relationship, I get the like people are really critical of the fact that like, oh, just because like someone insults like your significant other, I mean, are you supposed to just like just like beat the shit out of him? It'd be one thing that like, okay, let's say if he like touched her, right? Then I can understand that. But like again, it's hard. It's because have never been in that situation. I am not in like yeah, I'm not in a relationship right now. I mean, one of these days I would like to be. I think like they could have probably they could probably have like talked it out afterwards and made it more private. But like unfortunately, it's like, celebrity drama and like it generates, clicks and like, viewers and shit. People were I remember when I first saw that, I was like, wait, there's no way. Is this scripted? Like there's no way he just went up here and just slapped them. And the fact that like it really touches upon like the whole like celebrity privilege like culture, right? Like in Hollywood. Because like we all know that because the security guards did not do shit. Because we all know, let's say if I went up there, I would get the shit kicked out of me and escorted immediately. Because it was, like a high profile celebrity like Will Smith. They were like they just sat there. Even like even if let's say that like when Chris Rock decided to like press charges against like Will Smith, because from what I've been reading for like I believe it was like battery assault, he could have faced like 6 months in jail. But let's be honest, I don't think he would even like do like 6 days or even 6 weeks, because unfortunately, right, like Hollywood, like celebrity people, they're in a whole different world. Like there's a saying, like it's not hypocrisy, it's hierarchy. These people live in a whole different world. Like the laws don't like really apply to them like they do with like average normal people, because they have money and connections. Like the entertainment industry is like is really powerful and scary. Like that's why I learned when I watched that one anime. It's the idol show. It's Oshi no Ko. They delve upon like like the dark side of like the Japanese entertainment industry. And no, and it is true, right? What happens in the behind the scenes. Like I highly recommend like you watching it if you haven't already done so. And they also touch on very other like controversial, topics and themes. And then that's why what people say that like I don't know if you watch like any like Western cartoons, because for me, I mentioned before, I grew up with like the golden era of like cartoons with like I pretty much had everything. I had like Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, Disney. I also had like like 4Kids and all that. And the last like actual cartoon I watched before I started to watch anime more seasonally was Ben 10 Ultimate Alien. That was like 2012, which is pretty good. Was pretty much like it was good timing, honestly. Yep. And then like nowadays, right? I don't know if it's just our culture, but like I think with American or Western cartoons, I think they have to be a lot more careful on which like themes or controversial subjects to touch upon, because I know people like are not used to it compared to like Japan. Because I know with Japan they can like there's a lot more artistic freedom, so they can touch upon whatever like they can like push the boundaries. Let's say compared to over here. I can understand that's one of the popularities of the anime now. Like it's become like so it's become like really mainstream. Because I know that if you grew up with like what was it, Dragon Ball, Sailor Moon, that was like the first wave, and especially Naruto and Yu-Gi-Oh too, and Pokemon. And I still remember back in like school too, right? At least from what I've heard, because I went to anime conventions and talked to people who go to like anime conventions, and they told me that like when they like travel out of state or like to come over here to like watch it. They told me that like back when they were in school, they kind of got made fun of or get teased for liking anime because they're like geeky and like shit like that. But for me personally, I'm actually glad that, you know, Naruto would, at the time when it was like on like Cartoon Network, or like Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, that was like the shit. It was like great. And obviously, as things get like, you know, for any particular hobby that gets super mainstream, you know, there are a lot of people who critique it and like, you know, want to like, you know, protect it from like outsiders. You know, the concept of gatekeeping, in which that, yeah, I don't want these people like, you know, try to like, you know, infiltrate like, you know, my hobby and try to change the things I love. Which I understand, but for me, it's like, you know, more people like who are interested, the better. Because again, like I went to Anime Expo a few weeks ago. It gets bigger and bigger, and it's actually kind of scary too. Because they really need to move it up to like a new venue or just like cut down the attendance. Because again, God forbid something bad happens. It only takes like one person to like, you know, to like die in like that crowd in order for it to like, yeah, we might have to like move it to another venue or just like shut the entire shit down, like shut it down. Or like even if they jacked up the prices, it wouldn't like, that wouldn't stop people. Oh, you've like, you just been playing more games? Yeah, exactly. Oh, now that you mention it, that's what I've been doing too. Usually whenever like a new season of anime starts, right? I used to watch like keep up watching it like week by week, the new episodes. But I've been just like getting a little lazy as well as focusing on just like, you know, streaming and playing other games. Like recently, I just finished Final Fantasy 16. And I will say, phenomenal game. I personally wanted to get Game of the Year, but if I'm going to be objective, I think that Tears of a Kingdom, right? It's gonna get it. Like, I would be shocked if a Tears of a Kingdom does not get it for Game of the Year. Who knows? Maybe like Hogwarts Legacy or I don't know, Resident Evil 4 remake gets it. Woohoo! Holy shit. Guess what I top decked? A card destruction. Alright, take the bait. Yeah, so speaking of like Dragon Ball, like are you planning on getting like Dragon Ball like Budokai Tenkaichi 4? Because I think I'm planning on getting that. That'll be fun. Because when it comes to like Dragon Ball games, I don't really get them. The last Dragon Ball game I actually played was like Fighters. That was a while ago. And when I first heard about Dragon Ball, like, Budokai Tenkaichi 4 announcement, I didn't understand what was, like, the big deal about it, because, you know, oh, is this a Dragon Ball game? Dragon Ball's super popular, it's just like, oh, okay, they're just gonna get hyped no matter what. Yeah. But I don't know if you, like, heard about that before. And honestly, it's a really fun thing to say, Budokai Tenkaichi. Like, ah. What's he got equipped? Up. Yo. Okay, we gotta trigger you. Wait, what's this what's the hell is this equipped to? Shoot. Wait, I forgot what was this equipped to, honestly. Well, let's pop it. Oh, I have to use it, son of a bitch. Ah, whatever. Okay, what are we gonna do now? You see? And other games I'm looking forward to playing, right? Is that, like, I'm currently playing, like, Crash Bandicoot, like, you know, that platforming game. And I played a few days ago. And I'm planning on playing, it's more of like a online, like, you know, online game for Crash, you know, play competitively. I'm also I'm planning on playing the, what was it? The trilogy once I get back from my vacation. So that'll be fun. And then and then the other games I'm looking forward to like the rest of the year would just be, well, what was that one game? I need to think about it. Oh yeah, I remember. Oh, I remember now. It's Super Mario RPG. If you're familiar with that. So Super Mario RPG is like, you know, it's gonna be like a remake of the I think it's like the 64 version of the RPG game. And the if you've seen the trailer, the graphics, like, it's phenomenal. And I've been kind of itching for like a Mario like RPG game, like at least turn-based. Because like for me, the peak of like the Mario and Luigi or Mario RPG games was like Paper Mario Thousand Year Door and like 64. Because that was like, that's great. Each. And let's say that if it actually does work out well, which I hope it does, I think that, what was it? I honestly think that we're gonna get a sequel to that. I don't know what your thoughts on just like remakes, like in general, whether it be like for video games or just like movies. I would say with movies, people are like, especially like Disney franchises, right? People like Peh, ew, Disney like live action remake. But when it comes to, I'd say like the games, like for instance, like Persona 3, like Reload, as well as Resident Evil 4, and like Final Fantasy, like sure. I know people like to like criticize that it's just like it's like the video game industry is kind of getting creatively bankrupt. But if it works, it works. Yep, true. As long as the remakes are fun, I don't mind. Yeah, and like you said, like the hype is like for like Budokai Tenkaichi. Like, again, I would say that I'm a Dragon Ball fan, but I wouldn't say I'm like the ultimate Dragon Ball fan, right? I don't think I watched every single episode of like Dragon Ball, like Dragon Ball Z, GT, and all those episodes. And here's my take with like if you watch GT, GT wasn't that bad. I would say that if you watch GT, just skip the first 15 episodes. You'll actually, it's pretty much just like, oh, trying to collect the balls outside the galaxy, and then you actually gets into like the main like, you know, the main plot, just like the show. Evolution was garbage. Again, I was so like looking forward to watching it, and it was super disappointing. It was like the most out of touch thing I've watched. But Team 4-Star, it actually like kept the longevity of Dragon Ball, and it was actually, they actually had their own like, in areas they actually did improve it. Oh no, that's the thing though. I think with remakes itself, it's a bonus, right? It gets more people into it, as well as like the old people can just, you know, enjoy it too. It's a win-win for everyone. There's like actual like no like massive downside to it. You still can't get over Vegeta's McDonald's hairline. Is it actually like Oh, I honestly thought like when he said McDonald's, right? You know when like when Vegeta like has like has like the M symbol on his forehead because he goes Majin Vegeta. I thought I mean, they could have done like a collab with that, right? Here's you want your Majin like Vegeta like for McDonald's. And the thing about like Dragon Ball as well, now when I think about it, right? Just imagine like when like social media existed when Dragon Ball came out, right? Goku turning Super Saiyan would have broken the internet. Vegeta is like pretty much like, I want a quarter pounder and Super Saiyan that order. So you can say stuff like that. I mean, what other Dragon Ball characters? What would they want? I know, like Majin Buu, he would just get all the dessert. Like, Goku would just eat pretty much mostly everything. What's your villain from Dragon Ball? If we're talking about the original Dragon Ball, I will say that, like, well, hear me. I'm gonna like sidetrack a bit, but favorite villain for Dragon Ball. Well, yeah, I was gonna say that, like, I actually watched Dragon Ball Z when it first came out, and then, like, in elementary school, I actually binged the entire original Dragon Ball, because, you know, when you watch Dragon Ball itself, Z, it's like you're just watching, like, a bunch of, like, dudes beat the shit out of each other with laser beams, right? There's no, like, overall, like, plot, you know? Because I didn't know, like, what the hell's going on, like, the first, like, few episodes, right? And then when you watch the, like, the prequel, oh, god damn it, he took my evenly match. Fuck him. He got it. I'm out. But I would say Piccolo. He would be my favorite, like, villain. And everything makes sense, too. Like, how it all began. Honestly, like, the original Dragon Ball, like, it's pretty good. It's just as good as, like, Dragon Ball Z. Because, you know, like, before everything became, like, super powered, over-the-top kaiju bullshit. Which I don't mind, honestly. I like that, too. But when you actually get to see, like, Goku, right? Going on adventures and learning martial arts and doing training and learning Kamehameha. That was actually great. Like the growth and the build-up, you know? I still remember... I would say with, like, what was it? Well, I mean, that was my favorite villain, like Piccolo. But, like, in terms of this, like... Wait, are you talking about the original Dragon Ball or, like, Z? Or Dragon Ball as a whole? Because I thought... Unless you're just talking about just straight up, you know... Oh, all of them? Yeah, Cell's pretty up there, too. And people argue about, like, if they should have stopped it at the show after the Cell Saga, because most people argue that, like, the Cell Saga was at, like, Dragon Ball Z at its peak. Like, the only reason they did, and don't get me wrong, Buu Saga, they had some or in Gotenks, but people kind of felt like the quality went down a bit because a lot of the major characters got, like, sidelined. Like Piccolo became like a babysitter. But, like, the Cell Saga, it was, like, one of my favorites because Cell was actually really fucking terrifying as, like, a villain, right? In Perfect Cell. Because, like, how, like, this, like, giant, like, bug creature, it gave me nightmares too. Especially when Cell was absorbing the androids. I felt like, holy shit, this is terrifying. As well as, and the fact that, like, the fights there too, I think one of the best fights, like, it was Piccolo versus 17. I remember there was, like, let me see, there's, like, the theme, like, it only appeared in, like, one, like, fight. Hold on, let me see here. And honestly, it was actually, like, pretty even as, like, an entire, like the fight too, because it was so, like, and it was so cool. It just exchanging blows, because back in the day when you actually get to, like, you know, punch each other, you get to feel the impact of the blows. So there's that. And yeah, people thought that was it Dr. Gero and Android 19 were, like, the main like, you know, villains, and then, like, 16 with 17 and 18, and then after that it was Cell. That oh man, good times. And I still remember my favorite moment was, what was it? Oh, do you remember when, like, Vegeta was fighting against, like, against Cell? in the semi-perfect form, and then he was just toying with him and you know messing around, and he'll be like, you know what? I'll let you absorb. I'll let you power up and absorb 18. I'll take you on. And it turns out that Vegeta, he made a huge fucking mistake. He didn't see he actually bit off more than he can chew. And that was great too, because he got so arrogant too. And honestly, like Dragon Ball Z, right? Like the Bruce Faulkner theme, like it had like banger soundtracks too. Let me see here. Let me find it. They say, and you say Broly? Yeah, Broly was pretty good too. I don't know if you watched like the Broly movies. Those like for like Super and all of them too. I honestly thought Bio Broly was just like my least favorite. Like, honestly I felt like they were just trying to milk the shit out of like, you know, of this Broly itself, because like the first Broly movie was good. Like Broly's Return was fine because you know it focused more on just like Gohan and Goten. Bum, 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 bum. I remember when I was a little kid, I didn't really understand that, like, okay, all of like the names in Dragon Ball, right? They're based off like you know puns on like food and whatever. Like Kakarot's carrot, Vegeta's vegetable, Broly's broccoli, Raditz radish. Like, oh, like yeah, very simple, very simple stuff. Yeah, Broly, honestly, Broly was just like a massive powerhouse. Kakarot! I mean, in terms of just like what other like Dragon Ball movies did you like too? Like, excluding Super, I'm just talking about this Z. Because I thought that, what was it? That was good. I think oh, I would say the one with the Tapion one, right? You know how like, there's Kid Trunks, and then he met like this like Link character, and that's why like, and that's how like the origin of him getting a sword, right? Which is actually really cool. Like, oh, so that's the story of how like Kid, like future Trunks got a sword. Get the hell out of here with that. All right. Really, he has nothing. He has no monsters to stand. Is he? Yeah, and he said before that, yeah, he said Future Trunks should have killed the Z-Fires. Imagine every friend got killed. You warned them, and they were be like, okay, and then don't care when like Vegeta just has self. That was so. Oh my god. I mean, you know, like Cell. I mean, Cell. He has the Saiyan's what, like DNA. You know, Cell like Saiyan DNA, right? So he knows how to exploit their weakness, right? They love a good challenge. I mean, I can understand for Vegeta, right? Like, he's just like, flexing and shit like that. Like, this is getting fucking boring, right? I want an actual challenge. And test out my power. And then, obviously, when Vegeta, let Cell power up, instead of, like, toying around, okay, it was legit tryhard mode. And it turned out that still wasn't good enough. I mean, Trunks thought he had a chance, but he realized that, like, yeah, he just kept powering up. And then against, like, with Goku and Cell, it was, pretty even. I honestly felt like Goku deliberately just, like, gave up. Like, he wasn't tired at all. I think he could have beaten him, but he just wanted to give the glory to Gohan. As well as... I just remember like there's something about like the beam struggles or beam with like this two like energies like clashing together like that's great. Yeah, I would say that since you didn't watch a lot of, I would recommend you like watch like the original Dragon Ball. I think if you want to know like all about the the origin story and all that, that's pretty great. You see Goku just casually watching as a child gets the beat shit up. He was so happy about it too. He'll be, just wait guys, he'll unlock his power, you'll see. And it turns out like Goku, like Piccolo gave him the talk, and then he realized that, oh shit, I made a terrible mistake. And it was kind of weird. There's some plot holes in like Dragon Ball too. Like it felt weird that why did Gohan just like tier for like 16 and all that? Because they only met once in like when they were meeting up at like the tournament stage, and like Gohan just lost his shit after like 16 got like smushed. It was kind of weird because there was no actual like character development or a relationship between the two. It just became super convenient. I mean, that is still one of like the plot, the plot twist, right? This Gohan just Goku just giving up and letting Gohan just take over. It was pretty funny when I first watched it, right? Oh yeah, Cell. Yeah, I have. Yeah, if you like the person I'm about to choose, right? Is a lot stronger than I am. It seemed like Goku just bullshitting, and no, he was actually right. Like an 11-year-old just managed to just like save the world, and he just unlocked SSJ2. It's great. I mean, no, that's the thing about Goku, right? He's not a good father. Because he just likes to fight. He just abandons his son and wife just to go on fight like a super powerful, threat. He dies, rinse and repeat. It didn't really feel like Dragon Ball doesn't really feel like it has like high stakes, right? Because death kind of feels meaningless. Like once you like die, you can just get wished back with the Dragon Balls, or you just like okay, you pretty much just get a little halo, right? And you can just kind of come back to Earth for like a day or so. Ah, man. As much as I love, that's the thing with like Dragon Ball. It's people say it's just like fight porn, right? You know what? Who cares about the story? Like an actual porn. It's about like okay, you have the little setup and all that. Like let's say like the pizza guy, and he just he meets like the lady. You get all the talking, and you just want to get down to business. But that's not like Dragon Ball, right? I mean, no one really cares about the dialogue. You just want to get straight into the action. And if people like that, okay, that's fine. But it's just kind of funny when they make it out to be just like super complex, show. It's not really complex. I would say that like maybe the timelines and like all like the power-ups and theories, they could be complex, but like this like plot of the show, not really. Oh. Oh, and I will say this though. It was pretty funny that like Goku gave like Cell like a senzu bean too. He like what was he thinking, honestly? Like I guess he wasn't thinking. He just like everyone thought like Goku, are you fucking insane? And I was like, come on, Cell's tired. You want to get it's not fair. Yeah, sure, right? This like super powered like villain, right? He's about to kill everyone. He killed the entire like Earth. But all of a sudden you want to be fair. Goku is just way too nice for his own good. Oh, nice try. Oh man, what other show like? Is he? Go. I'm no. I think I disagree. Because the thing about Goku or Gohan, right? I remember at the time. Well, I think, are you talking about when he became like Super Saiyan 2? Because he just didn't give a shit. He was just like, you know what? He got super fucking cocky. Like because when he like deflected Cell's like Kamehameha blast, he could legitimately just ended it. But he just waited for him to regenerate. But before, he was like, Dad, he's going to kill me. Imagine like if you're like you had a son, right? And you just straight up just threw him like in a pack of wolves. All right. Or like, let's say when you're like, if you're teaching him like, you gave your son a driving instructor, right? And then you just like, okay, throw him into the freeway or the highway, right? I would be terrified. And then it's like, okay, if you like you crash and burn, alright, so be it. Because again, some people just can't like, you know, operate under that much pressure. Man, but this like the I mean, to be fair, like, you know, Vegeta came in with the MVP assist, right? Like he just when Gohan and Cell were doing that their beam struggle, everyone was just we're just gang up on Cell. Vegeta just provided enough, you know, enough of a distraction. It was like, now it's your chance, do your dance, and that entire I forgot what lasted longer, that entire beam struggle, or like Goku like versus Frieza where he had like power, you know, charge a spirit bomb. I cannot believe that entire fight, Goku and Frieza, was like 4 hours. It's either you want to watch that, or you just want to watch the Titanic. And the thing about with Dragon Ball too, just waiting every week to see what happens in the next episode, like the entire fight just takes like 20 or 30 episodes. Have I watched JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? I actually have. I've caught up. I watched the first 6 you know, seasons. I will definitely say that like with Stone Ocean, it was relatively disappointing because you know good old Netflix, right? They like to, you know, release everything in bulk, and that's what people do. They watch it in bulk, and people just forget about it. So, and I actually initially didn't want to watch watch JoJo due to the fact that on how it looked. But eventually I got convinced, and it was after like part 5 I decided to just get started watching, and it was great. I mean, from what I'm hearing is that like people hope that, you know, part 7 when it comes out, I heard that's gonna be like the most hype part, that Netflix doesn't get its hands on it. Oh, what's my favorite stand? Oh man, that's really tough. I need to think about it. I think I like, what was it? I need to think. There's so many like, oh, I think it was like, was it White Ice? I think that's one of my favorites. Because it was so OP, right? And for like part 5, you could just get yourself a what? You could freeze shit, and you have this armor in which that it's just like you can get like frostbites. Heaven's Door and are you mean like Still World though? Yeah, those are great too. I honestly thought that ability to stop time was pretty broken. How do you lose if you're able to do that? Get. Okay, it finally worked. Constant Cray? Get the hell out. What? I forgot. I just though, like, throughout the first, like, 6 parts, right? I would say part 2 was pretty good. And then I would say part 4 reminded me of, like, Persona. I think that was pretty good. And also, like, the art style was pretty different. I think they wanted to try something else. Or the visuals, I mean. Part 5, I think that part 5 was really what really, like, you know, took JoJo to, like, to its hype. Because, remember, because that's where I first heard about it, too. And all the memes, too. Like, let's say, I think I can play some of the song. Hold on. Like, all, like, the memes and remixes for, like, the Giorno theme, too. And a lot of it was, like, even, like, JoJo's soundtracks and, like, themes are just generally, you know, fantastic to listen to. People say that, I remember I talked to a friend, he said, like, Giorno was, like, his least favorite, like, you know, Joestar, or just protagonist, too. He wasn't that special. It felt like, you know, Bucciarati was like... He felt more of like the MC, more of the main character than like Giorno did. It's one of those instances, like I mentioned before, right? Like the... one of the characters is actually like the main character instead of like the main character himself. Which is kind of sad when you think about it. Oh, god damn it, Time Lords. And the thing about what I remember, I talked to another friend who's a big JoJo fan, because I think JoJo was I think people consider it like a shonen like anime, because I understand, right? Like, you know, it has all like the Hamon, was it Harmon or Hamon, or like as well as the, what was it? The battles, like the battle system with stance and all that. But it's more of like a seinen, it's more of like geared towards adults, right? Which I can kind of see because of, like, you know, how, like, bloody and gory you can get. Like, there's, like, a lot of blood and, like, you know, gross stuff that happens. I think for me, is like, I think a lot of people are just desensitized to that. I still remember, like, old, like, shows that actually, like, they're probably, like, for instance... Like, SpongeBob, like, if you watch old SpongeBob or, like, Courage the Cowardly Dog, there's, like, really scary episodes when you watched as a kid, when you don't think about it, right? I would say, like, nowadays, like, if people watch that, they would get nightmares. Shows like that were, like, crazy back in the day. Oh, man. Yeah, I would say... Oh, yeah, so, like, for part 6, right? I don't know how far you're at that, but at the time, part 6 was pretty hype. I think that's when they introduced their very first, like, female, you know, MC, which is really... It's, like, it's nice to see. And if you just start, right? It takes place in, like, in the prisons. So, and I actually like shows that actually take place in in like a prison setting, because it's a lot more interesting to see like how they are going to escape and all that. Oh, okay. So it's like, please, Netflix. I mean, you did have. To Netflix's credit, they actually have some like good shows, right? They had like Squid Games. They had like Cyberpunk, Edge Runners, Arcane 2, and then they have like their misses. You see? We'll see with Dio. Yeah, and that's the thing though too. With I think like obviously plot armor is a thing. I feel like when like they can actually, they can obviously make the villains win if they were more elaborate about it. But it's only rare that you actually have like a show that the villain just wins overall and just ends it, because it's all about the hero's journey and how they can overcome like the next big threat. Which is like whatever. Dio was just like, again, like I said before, how the hell, and it just baffles me. Like he can just stop time. Like how the hell can he just like, even giving a few seconds is all you need in order just to fucking destroy your opponent. No, but the fact that you gave me that long explanation means that you're very passionate about the show. You're very invested. So which I do. I completely understand. I know people would kind of make fun of you, like, for being like, yo, wow, why are you so obsessed with that? Well, because it's a hobby you enjoy, and obviously when you enjoy some things that you, like, are invested, it's normal. Hmm. Nah, let's put some tunes. Let's see? Yeah, part two. Yeah, part two is really great. Part I I mean, I don't think when people start to watch JoJo, right? Like people say that like people usually drop it like when part one happens, right? And but people, I've been told that part one it can be kind of boring, but it's very integral to the actual down the line for JoJo itself. And once you get past part one and hold your nose, it gets better. People, I know there are criticisms with like part three in which like, okay, I guess it dragged too long, or dragged forever, which I can see it. Because like like it's a lot though, right? So they had to push it into like 2 seasons worth of like for material, which is fine. I know for some people they don't like it when a show like a arc or a show just takes way too long. I mean, for me, I don't mind because for like Dragon Ball, right? The Namek Saga took like I think like 60 episodes, or let's say for like if you watch Bleach, right? Like the Soul Society arc was like them rescuing like Rukia was like 60 episodes, or even like Yu Yu Hakusho too. That took like 60 episodes. This one tournament arc. I don't know if you've like which character had like in my opinion was like the worst example of plot armor. I believe it was Sasuke from like Naruto for like Shippuden, right? There were like so many instances in which that he should have just like like bite the dust, but for all the battles he's been to, but nope, he just gotta live. He's very he's very tenacious. I'll give him that. Like I don't know. If there's some moments in like for shows I watched in which like you obviously a character should like even like in a tournament setting, right? They should have won. This should have been the grand finale. I would have liked, but nope. They had to be more a lot predictable and had to give like the worst like ass pull possible. You haven't really watched the big three, so you're wondering if you should watch One Piece. Oh, I keep hearing about that. Like, there's always that meme and phenomenon, right? About like, oh, I'm gonna watch One Piece like all from the start, right? Like 1,000 episodes, and I feel like it is doable, but you would literally have to know life it. You have to skip all the openings and the opening themes and the ending themes for that show. It's like, do people really want to do that? I can't believe I gotta make like this shit. Yeah, fuck it. Let's go. Let's go 3 decrees. Yeah, and with One Piece itself, how I got introduced to it, if you're, was like the when it came on like 4Kids, right? And it's infamous because of how like bad it was. But the only thing I liked was the opening theme. It's like a guilty pleasure. But if you would like to save your time, right? Self time. If you don't want to spend like 20 minutes watching every episode, you can just read the manga too. And that's what I thought because One Piece has been going on for over 20 years. Like people are surprised that like wow, a show that has kept going on for like 20 years, and like it has not reached its lows. It keeps getting better and keeps peaking and peaking. But I would say that for out of the big three, right? I would say I personally would just recommend you watching the original Naruto, right? That's my take. Just like watch the like original Naruto series. And it depends if you want to watch it in sub or dub around that. I grew up watching it in dub. I liked it, you know, but it's up to you. Bleach as well. I mean, it's still a good way to get into it now because there's like the finals like arc for Bleach is airing right now after like 10 years, which is pretty cool because it never. I still remembered after like Bleach like finished in 2012 to 2016 the manga it was really rushed. No one really talked about it for a while. But now like Bleach fans like yes we've been waiting super long for this moment, which I'm pretty happy for them. And if you don't want to watch all the filler, right? You can probably go online. There's like okay, like animefillerskip.com or some shit. You probably look it up, and you can decide which episodes you would not watch for all of it, like Naruto, Bleach, or like One Piece. And the thing too is that like for Naruto, it had 40% of the actual anime was just all filler. I mean, no. To be fair, there are some like filler like episodes and like arcs that are really good. Like, let me know if you watch Bleach. I could probably tell you which arcs to skip and which arcs just to like watch. Because like like filler usually has like a connotation of like, oh, it's just bad, right? They're just like giving us like meaningless garbage. But some of them are actually it's quite enjoyable. And that's the thing with One Piece too. I can't even tell like what's filler or not, because they're just like all they're just doing is just trying to give search for like the treasure and taking their sweet time. Imagine how like the One Piece ends, right? And like oh the treasure was like the adventure and what's on our heart. Something super cliche. Well, I mean, there's something what I call semi-filler, in which that there's some filler arcs in which that, like, they can actually expand more about, like, about a particular character, or like they don't really go over it in the manga, the source material, which is fine. Like for Naruto has that. For Bleach, it's not really. Oh shit, snow. I mean, because when I watched like the big three, right, when it came out, because you know back in the day you didn't really have a lot of shows to watch like we do now that's like seasonal, so like you couldn't tell what was you would just watch it every week and you didn't mind was filler or not, because all I remembered, like, you know, around the era of the big three, there wasn't really that many shows like to watch aside from it. I think there was like some hitters like Code Geass, like Death Note, but for the most part it was just those shows. And that was before, like, you know, Attack on Titan and like Sword Art really like kicked it to another level. Cause I just like remembered like I didn't watch that. Oh shit. No, I fucked up. I thought I had this card. That was stupid. Oh my god, that was so bad. So it seems like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom now. So I'm a little hot and sweaty. I'll be right back. And then we could probably talk more about like the filler or like what else, like it's like Yu-Gi-Oh anime, name it. Because like JoJo itself, I don't know. Technically, JoJo didn't have any filler, and I would say that when people talk about like the source material, right? What's better, like the light novel slash manga or like the anime? I personally prefer like watching it because I like my voice acting. I like the screaming. I like the, you know, the animation as well as the like soundtrack and music too. I mean, that's what appeals to me. That was a nice bathroom break. Probably after I'm done, like, what, streaming, I'll get myself some, like, ice cream in the fridge. I actually have some Baskin Robbins mint chip ice cream that I got, like, my family. I think that's my favorite, like, flavor, like, mint chip, Baskin Robbins. Oh, and, was it Croc if you're still here? Yeah, I would say I like part 5. I think it's because of, like, you know, it's, I think it's because of the soundtrack that I really liked. As well as, like, the cast itself was pretty fun. I know for other people it just didn't hit, especially the ending too. I think people like the ending of it was kind of like, weird. Like you just don't know what to think of it, right? You don't know what to feel. Like it's not necessarily like a disappointing ending, but it just leaves you like, huh? Like what was that? I mean, I know that when it comes to certain shows, right? Like if it ends on like in a very bad note, it's like one of those shows that people just pretty much never talk about ever again. Like imagine like all that build up, all that potential just thrown down the drain. Part 2 is your favorite because it was like scary 10,000-year-old men and the god of goofball beats. Okay, here's one of the things that like when it comes to like not just JoJo but just anime in general is that like Jotaro is like he's 17. I honestly thought these like guys were like, in their like late 20s or early 30s. Holy shit. I don't know if you remember like watching Sailor Moon or hear about it, because I thought the girls in Sailor Moon were like in high school. I did not expect them to be like in middle school too. I'd be like, I guess when it comes to like, anime that like, the age does not really like fit how they look. It reminds me of real life too. I remember like in my freshman year of high school, right? There's this one guy in my class. He was like super tall, and I honestly thought that he was like a college student. Like, holy shit. You see? He said he even hit the estate with the sunsuit. Oh yeah, I think wasn't like I forgot what was like the one of the quotes. I think it wasn't the one that was like the one that you use your opponent's like attack, move against them or something, or I'm confusing with something else. It sounds so familiar though. Oh man, it's get the hell out. Oh yeah, I just saw you like I just saw you joining the Discord. Welcome, man. I'm gonna be posting like my my updates, right? For when I'm in. Dude, I'm gonna be going to like Washington or just my vacations. I'll post pics and all that. Should be fun. Red Reboot. What the hell? I still remembered like when my friend told me that like in IRL, right? You should get this card, right? It's pretty good. And I was like, wait, what's the point? I'm paying half my life points to negate, and also that my opponent gets like a trap card. But it turns out that, well, it's not gonna fucking matter if they're gonna win in one turn, which is true. For the rest of this turn to activate, your opponent cannot activate traps. And I can kind of see why this card is banned. Jesus. Just like that. He just killed me off in one turn. They're saying like, that's cute. I mean, I'll throw you a bone, but it's not like it's going to really matter. Well, I think, Kakuin? Is that what his name was? He's one of like the best supporting characters. I just still remember he was like, what was he licking again? It was like a cherry or like some sort of like little like candy or gumball. I forgot. That was super. That was so weird. That's why I kind of like JoJo, right? It's it does put like it does show like how bizarre the show can be. Kakuin, yeah, Kakyoin or yeah. Was it Emerald Splash? Oh, it was a cherry. Okay. That I think that was like one of the memes that came out. I remember because obviously there's a world and there's that. I forgot what other memes from part 3 were there. I think it was the yes one, right? I think that was one of my favorite like episodes, in which like they were like, was it Jotaro was playing was like the video game with that one dude. I think they were playing like football or something, and he had the ability just to like to lie. And it turned out that, like, he was getting gaslit, in which, like, what's going on, right? Like, he didn't know that, his grandfather was helping him cheat. That's what I really like about with JoJo itself, right? It actually made, like, the fights a lot more interesting, like, the matchups, too. And it loses a lot more strat. That's why I liked about, like, I would still highly recommend watching the original Naruto. Because that's how it was, right? Before everything became like superpowered shit. Like they actually had to rely on legit tactics in order to like win. And it actually makes you like, oh man, that's really smart. That's like some like, big brain shit. Mm-hmm. What is it? Yeah, Paul Polnareff. Oh yeah, he was good too. I actually liked it when he actually made his appearance back in part 5 too. He was always a. I think who was the guy with the Phoenix stand again? I forgot his name. Well, what was his name? Honestly, jeez. What's his name? Avdol. Wait, that's it. Yeah, thanks. Because I was just like drawing blanks. I was like, what was his name again? Honestly, it's been a while. I think I watched it like, was it part 3 like back in 2018 or 2019. It definitely has been a while. And I still like, what was it like with part 3? What else? Again, it's been like a long time. Because I could just think about like part 4 itself. That was actually pretty good. Like especially at was it the end of it? Because it actually was pretty like elaborate and like what I think it was Kira, right? He was pretty terrifying as like as a villain, right? He's just like a normal dude, very soft-spoken and this like it's very cunning too. I think like his like what is it when he had his new form, right? Not his original blonde one, where he actually took the face and he assumed like a new identity. He was actually a lot more menacing and scary. I am Kira. Gotta throw that Death Note joke. Yoshikage Kira. No, his ability was actually terrifying, right? Another one, was it? Another one bites the dust. That was like his most terrifying ability. Like, jeez. I think it was like a miracle that they actually managed to like beat him and all that. I kind of like how was it? It actually showed was it Josuke? He actually meets like his dad. His what was it? His dad. And he's pretty much like it's pretty much he looks at it when he what was it when I forgot. But it's his actual dad, and it literally looked like his grandfather too. It was Joseph. That was his name. Speaking of which, right? Hold on. Another. Did he say? Let me play it. What? Jotaro carried like most of part 4. I still remembered like what was it, right? Like was it Josuke's mom was like hitting on Jotaro because she thought like he was like Joseph. It was kind of weird, and it turned out like was it Jotaro didn't really change at all. He still looked like exactly the same thing. And the thing about what JoJo's like self is right. People argue about like, okay, what's the right? I remembered who was it, right? I think it was like a prominent Yugi tuber. No, not Yugi, not Yugi. Annie tuber. I think it was Mother's Basement. If you ever heard of him, I remember he tweeted out about like, or just tweeted out or made a video about what's his recommendation on where to like how to watch JoJo, right? Because for me, I watch it in the beginning from part 1 to part 7 in chronological order. But I guess he had his list, and then people were just like, everyone just was just shitting on him too. And then he went on this whole like about this whole tangent about like gatekeeping within anime. And it's like, I mean, he just had a take. People didn't like it, and they shit on him for it. Surprise, surprise! You've discovered what Twitter is. And I mean, that's the thing though, too, because I just watch it in order. Like I think like, you might make it a little more complicated too if you just watch it like, out of order. Well, but that's my take. Yeah, they really did just like nerf. What was it? Like they did nerf Jotaro, right? Because obviously, you know, he's not like the main, you know, star. Like no pun intended. So you have to, you know, give it up to like the actual main focus of the protagonist. And the thing about it too was that jokes. I think I still remembered like I think it was the alien dude from like part like 4, right? Where they were like in like they were stuck in like this like electric tower. I forgot what the dude was. That was kind of like a fun episode, right? They were just imprisoned. Yeah, Superfly. Ah, that's his name. Oh shit. Wait, yo, did I lock him? I think I locked him in. His Superfly was pretty cool. Again, I didn't even know if he was like an alien or not. It's still bizarre. Superfly and what other strange things was there too? I remember that who was that one dude that like he ultimately got killed by Kira. I forgot. He was like the really short looking dude. Okay, I'm so bad. I forgot his name. Wait, let me play some nostalgia. Yeah, the name of the tower. Because that was a good episode. I honestly could just like pull up like Wikipedia right now to just look, let's go like skim through all the episodes to see like what which ones I remember and don't remember. I remember. I forgot what I forgot. There's something I remember for this, like for like JoJo itself too. I just found it kind of fascinating, right? It's just a bunch of big buff dudes that have their own like like these like spirit kind of creature stands, and they just fight. And I guess like like the mechanic, right, with Harmon, it actually outlived its purpose. Because I don't know if there's like really much to do from there. I think with stands itself, it's just like, it kept things a lot more fresh, and also like that. So that's like like the meme, right? Or is that a JoJo reference? Because it turns out there are actual some JoJo references like in Yu-Gi-Oh too. Like there was an like for Yu-Gi-Oh GX, right? They actually had like this one guy who used the Arcana deck. He had the same voice actor as Dio, and he actually said like, I play, the one called The World, and which is the ability was to like stop time or skip your opponent's turn. But I watched it in like so I saw a clip of that. It was like I actually didn't get it until I actually watched it, so that was pretty cool. Star Platinum. Honestly, Star Platinum, it was like, it wasn't that special, honestly, initially, right? Because it was just, okay, it's just like a very, close range, fighting ability, which is nice, but that's it. It's only until later, like, okay, I can unlock the, just the freeze time. No, I trapped myself. I got hit it. Oh man, I did myself with that roll decree. Wait, how did he get the beer while in jail? I actually did not know that. Wait, that was a thing? I honestly thought I had no idea that was actually happened. I will say that, well, maybe I think it's because of like the stand ability, right? Like I think it's invisible to like the normal person's eye, so that's why like I guess he had like that range to like just go and grab it. That's what I think. Oh, and he's just start chugging a beer. I don't know. I guess it runs in like the was it the Joestar family, right? Because I don't know. And here's the thing though too, because I live in like I live in America, because I know like the legal age to like drink is like 21, but it turns out other countries like they're a lot different. Like I think in like other countries like you can have like alcohol when you're like 18. And I will say this though too, my alcohol tolerance, it's pretty garbage. I'll say that. I'm just gonna just straight I'll say it. Like I think like, and I don't even like alcohol that much too, because like beer itself, it kind of tastes like piss. But I guess drink it because for the effect. I'm more into those like fruity type of like drinks, you know, that have that less alcoholic taste to it, if you know what I mean. I don't know like if you have tried beer before, or you're still too young for that. Because, I mean, I'm more of like a milk tea person, like a smoothie juice type of guy, and like, or like milkshakes. Like, I don't like go out of my way to go to the store and just buy myself beer. I know that beer can help, right? In which that, like, you know what, I have trouble sleeping because I eat too much and I get bloat, and the beer makes me kind of, you know, like, I'm a little tired and I can just fall asleep. I remember back in school, one of my teachers said that, like, you know what, before you sleep, a nice glass of wine before you sleep actually helps. Oh, you're still on the young side for sure. I again, right? Like, if you are like up to that age, right? And you try, like, you know, beer, you can try it, but I will say you're not gonna like it. It smells like piss and it tastes like piss. I If you want to go for something more like, you could probably go for like a Truly. It has, like, you know, the flavor. I think those are the ones they have, like their fruity alcohol beverages. It's like, I guess, you know, you have a nice alternative at the party. If someone, because I'm pretty sure that they're not going to offer you just like straight up beer. They're pretty sure there's going to be a lot more options. But when you're at like a party, right? You like, you kind of feel like pressure to compel to, like, at least, like, you know, have at least one drink because you're at a party, right? Like, you kind of feel like, you know, you don't want to be a downer, like, enjoy, like, or just hold a can of beer and just open it up and just, like, hold it, right? And no one just knows. I'm more of like like, I mean, in terms of just drinks, when I was growing up, I used to drink a lot, like, soda. I think my parents would buy me like 7 Up and like, you know, orange Fanta, because those were like those were the things that were like, that they were like on sale. I think, and I kind of did. I really kind of hated it. I think by far my favorite sodas were like Coke and like Mountain Dew. Sprite was okay for a while. I remember when I tried Sprite, you know, at like a soda dispensary, like in an actual restaurant. It's like, oh man, I actually used to like that. The heck? Oh, you don't like the carbon? I mean, honestly, that's one of the best parts of like with like drinking soda, right? This is the carbonate, the carbonation. I assume you probably don't like sparkling water too, right? Because I do not like sparkling water. Like, oh man, people like it? Like, yeah. Yeah, I would also say, like, was it with juice? I've had like apple juice and orange juice. That's good. And as well as when it comes to like milkshakes, I think like, you know, like a chocolate banana like peanut butter milkshake, and pretty much mostly anything with like banana in it, right? Whether it be like for like smoothies or just like milkshakes, I really like. I would say that banana candy, I hate it. I just do. I don't know if you tried like banana like taffy. It's like, ugh, gross. But at least but you said like anything with like sparkling you just don't like, but you're like, was it? Lemonade is fine too. I actually like having home like made lemonade is so satisfying. I don't think I've ever like seen like a walk by like an actual lemonade stand before. But I'm sure it's probably like, you know, it's probably great. It's actually really cute to watch, you know, kids, you know, like they set up the like a lemonade stand and sell lemonade. I think I've heard stories that, like, you know, a cops had to, like, you know, shut it down because you need like an actual, like, you know, like a permit to actually operate a lemonade stand. It sucks, but like I get it. Like, come on, they're just kids, dude. Why do you gotta be a party pooper? Yeah, it depends how much. I forgot like how much they would sell it for, like $1 or two. And it depends like what lemons you use for the lemonade and how much sugar you put in it. Uh, yeah, let the children make a profit when they like for Pokemon. And I will say this though too. I don't know if you ever like with the concept of an allowance too. For me, I didn't. I would just ask for like money for certain things, but my essential allowance was like with me and my family, right? Growing up, it was just like money I would get from what Christmas or my birthdays, and I would just like save that up. Because those are really special too. Like, for instance, I would just like save up money just to buy myself like a Yu-Gi-Oh game. Or like whatever, right? Or just save enough money to buy myself like a console. Because I think that that's what, you actually got a little smarter with like, learn how to save and then and know when to spend. You got $15 per month? I mean, that's still like, wait. Wait, was that back in the day or you still get it now? Because even the $5 was like a lot of money to me back in the day. Like, holy shit. It's like $5. That's like, that's awesome. But, wait, what the hell? Does this do anything if it's... Get the hell out of here. You still get for your parents? That's really generous. No, for sure. That's a good thing too, right? 15 buccarinos. I actually like it. Just like if you're still managed to get money from your, just from like your like parents, it's still impressive because like depending on like at this point, depending on how old you are, right? For me, for like birthdays, I still get money, and even on Christmas too. Which is like, okay, cool, I'll take it. I could use that money to buy myself some drinks and some food. 15 bucks. What can you get? Well, here's the thing. An average game costs like $60, right? Nowadays. So, hey, I guess like every 4 months you can buy yourself like the latest like video game. I mean, I remember there was a question whether or not that would people... let's say if they upped it up, right? Let's say if a video game was like not $60 but $70, would people still buy it? And I would say, yeah, hell yeah. I think people would still buy it. And I know as much as people would like to like, like bitch and moan, like, ew, that's going way over the line. It'll be like, shut the hell up. I know you're still gonna buy it. You're still contributing to the problem. And what other things? Like, what's worth... I mean, with like, unless you're super cheap with like your money or your food, you can probably just be eating McDonald's. Who knows? Maybe you'll like you'll invest it in like stocks or cryptocurrency, or spend it on more gacha games, right? If you play any mobile games, I don't know if you're familiar with the concept of freemium. You know, like the idea that, oh wow, you can play this game, right? It's free, but then again, there's like a bunch of microtransactions that you can spend to get more like skins and upgrades. But that's how the trick, right? Because, well, the game is free. You don't have to spend like more money on like, all these extra stuff, right? But just to let you know that you could still like do the normal grinding for the in-game money, or you could just like spend real IRL money, right, to get the in-game money to like speed up the process. And a lot of like the major video games, right? Like they like the most money they get is from like microtransactions. People view it as it's like extremely like predatory on how they like on how they operate. Like it's like akin to like actual like gambling with like loot boxes and all that shit. Like for me, like Master Duel too, I've spent like about $100. I think I spent like about $80 or $100, and with like Hearthstone too, I spent like 8 years on playing Hearthstone with 2 accounts, and I've only spent like what about $70. I've spent like $20 on like the first like mini adventure, and then I think I spent like $50 on like the expansion packs the first time. So like, yep. You said that you would have wasted so much money on snacks that you eat like 2 hours. I mean, whenever I actually went like to like the like the supermarket, right, or like the grocery store with like my parents, they would like they would never like buy me any like like snacks like for candy back in the day. It's just whatever they gave me. I mean, now I have my own money. I could just like buy it myself. But like, as a little kid, right? It would have been great if they could buy me like a Twix like candy bar, like Hershey's chocolate, or just like Sour Patches. I still remember like Sour Patches. They were so like fucking good. I think like it was all like the rage like back in like like middle school. I remember like in middle school there's this like one girl, she was like super obsessed with Sour Patches. And I mean, when I look at it, right, like, you know what? If you actually had Sour Patches, they were like pretty fucking like tasty. I think like by far my favorite flavor would be like the red flavor, as well as I think the blue flavor too. And in terms of snacks, I used to eat a lot of like hot Cheetos when I was in elementary school. And then I remember I ate half a bag of one, and I actually got a stomach ache. And then later on, I transitioned to like Takis, like the corn like tortilla chips that are like rolled up in like churro form, like I think a little churro form, and they're just like had like a bunch of like spice dust on it. That that was like my favorite chip snack. I actually did get introduced to it like because I remembered like these kids who were like you're eating them, and then like the teacher was curious, and he actually tried some, and he really liked it too. I'm speaking of like snacks too. I don't know if like Jello was pretty great, as well as like the Uncrustables. It's like, or like jam witches, right? If you know what I'm talking about. So you have like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, but in like a hot pocket form. Holy shit, I love them. You say there's a supermarket that young people work not much, but still money. You want to try working there? I mean, it's great, right? Because if when you're younger, right, it's nice to actually, try to get experience. That's great. You can do like customer service, and you can make yourself cash too. I remember when I was like, back in like high school, when I was like, when I first started off, I wanted to like, try to work for like apply and work for like at Jamba Juice, because it was cool to work at Jamba Juice. Who knows? I can get myself like discounts on on like smoothies, and make myself cash. But my parents told me that, and my family told me that that's stupid. Okay, you just like focus on like on school, and just like you'll make more with it. Don't waste your time working at like retail, or like doing that. All that effort can be used for your studies. And I can kind of agree, but at the same time, right? When you're younger, you have a lot more energy and curiosity. Ooh, man. You say, wait, wait, see, for tourists, if they ask for help, you want to talk very shitty English. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you gotta try not to be rude. I don't really recommend it. I mean, it's nice to like to troll, because that's the thing though too. I remember like growing up, right? I don't think I ever like shit on the idea of like customer service, like work. I can tell like it's not everyone wants to be there. They don't have that much of a choice. Cause I know that like when I actually get to witness that, right? I see like customers like berating and acting very belligerent towards like the workers, and it's like what? I'm glad I'm not in that position because I wouldn't want to be in there. That's why I'm glad that I actually study, and I'm actually fortunate with like my family's background that I don't have to like necessarily like, work in that type of field. And I try to not like make their life hell and just scream at them too. I mean, no, I think you can if you want, like, if you want to, but like, sure. But you always remember, right? Just like you try, like, and I actually say this too. I actually have like working in customer service right now, so I can actually do empathize with the actual like retail workers and people who take phone calls, etc. Because you, as much as like for the customers, no matter what you do, you cannot clap back, right? You can't act like super like belligerent back. You never want to do that. I understand the frustration, but like you're working a job, you have to stay professional no matter what, right? If they're screaming at you and just like saying like very nasty shit, you just have to take it. I mean, the best thing you can do is just like you could be passive aggressive towards them, like okay, like that, right? And just like move on. But I mean, the thing is that I don't go out that often too. You see? You say that you can get away with it because every like person in your like country cannot speak English. I mean, it's true. Well, here's this true. I will say this though, right? That for people's like first language is not like it's not like English, right? I can understand that it's really shitty if you make fun of people who don't know who to speak English well, because that's not their first language. I mean, if I were try to, and then I know that it can kind of come off cringy listening them try to like speak English and obviously not as fluent compared to you, right? Because I know full well that like if let's say if I went to like Japan, right, and I try to speak like Japanese, it can come out just as cringy too. I remember when I was like in like when I went to vacation in Japan, I tried to speak like English, or no, I started speaking Japanese, right? I would be like, oh hi, ohayo, or like konnichiwa. It was super cringy. And I feel like, as like a foreigner to them, they could feel the same way too. And I guess like, that's another thing about why people don't like Americans. I can see that, right? Because like we kind of make it all about ourselves. Because like we want them to like, cater to our like, demands. And yeah, because I know that like I know English is like one of the languages that like every person, even like foreigners, right, would just like would teach, and how you just have to know because everyone just uses it. I mean, when I was like in high school too, like I had like I took Spanish as a foreign language because like where I'm from, I'm surrounded by a lot of Spanish speaking people. And it turned out it wasn't as bad because learning Spanish was pretty fun too. I took like 3 years of it. And I actually retained this, like some of it too, like random Spanish phrases like hola, ¿cómo estás? All that stuff. But still, it's still bad because I wouldn't even like maintain like an actual conversation in like Spanish because it's not my first like language. Like English is like my go-to language. And it's actually really hard to learn another language too, because depending on where you're from, like if you get born with it and then you speak it and you speak it with your like parents at a very young age, it's easier to like understand. Because obviously, like I'm not like fluent in like I'm not fluent in other languages compared to English. I don't know how to read, speak, and like understand it. Like learning another language is a very useful skill and actually can like boost your job prospects too, because that is like something that people are in the demand for, right? Like imagine if I was able to like be super fluent in like Spanish, like just as I am in English, right? I could just like read something in Spanish, and then I would just be able to just like translate it, and then just like just like that. Would say you're really lucky to learn English because at a really young age because of games and videos and games. No, I will say this though. I will take it even a step like further with like how I learned English, right? Because obviously I went to school, but what made it even more fun was like Yu-Gi-Oh itself, because Yu-Gi-Oh actually taught me like a lot of things, right? It taught me to do like fast math calculations, reading, as well as like strategizing and deck building and all that like Yu-Gi-Oh lawyering, in which I would argue about like mechanics and all that shit. And I actually used to be like a Yu-Gi-Oh judge too, like 10 years ago, like a while back. And actually, like the being a volunteer, being a judge was pretty fun. You get to wear the uniform, you have the authority, as well as you get to get paid doing what you love, right? You get paid booster packs, as well as like mats. Yeah, and I would say like the games I grew up with was just mostly I played Smash Bros with my family. Grew up with Yu-Gi-Oh. They were more into like Pokemon. I wasn't really into Pokemon. It was only like last year I actually played the new Pokemon game. It was like Scarlet and slash Violet. I got Violet, by the way. I kn- I played Final Fantasy and like turn-based RPGs. I played Zelda and Mario. That was pretty much what I was like growing up with, and I played Persona too. Dude, oh man, do you grow up in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles with your brother? That's not, dude. I still remember. I didn't. Okay, I grew up with it, but I don't think I watched like episode by episode. I want to try and watch it. Okay, Neve, this is the opening was such a banger too. It was every Saturday watching this was super hype. And that's the thing, a bunch of like these mutant turtles just being like being fucking like ninjas. I think that was actually one of my few exposures to like like ninja culture aside from Naruto. I think they made the newer like ninja series, right? But I feel like TMNT 2003 was peak. I think Splinter was one of the best characters too. Holy shit, that guy could kick ass. Shredder was super fucking intimidating. Holy shit, I think I got nightmares of how scary he was. Mikey was pretty funny. I think it was Leonardo's my favorite, and then like Mikey after. Raphael was pretty great too, and the Donatello. I kind of liked how they like named off the ninjas after like those like the famous painters. Hmm. Haha. Woo! Yo. Is he? Is he? He said that the fun fact that the Ninja Turtles are in DC world because they got a movie where they got Batman. I mean, that's pretty cool. I will say that what was it? I don't know if like what your thoughts on like the like, on Batman. I don't know if you remember the what was it called honestly. I think it was called The Batman on like Kids WB. That show was like that show was actually pretty dark and it's like kind of scary and cool. Like, looking back at it. And I actually watched like the Dark Knight, the Dark Knight Rises, Batman, and like the new one too. Good times. I just know that Batman. Batman. He's. I know what people are talking about Batman, right? But it's all about Man Bat. How that. I remember Man Bat. It was actually really scary. Batman. Let me see. Hold on. Let me find. This was great. It was so dark too. You say Deadpool's also a great one. I mean, in terms of like superheroes, right? My favorite one is just going to be is always going to be like Spider-Man. He's my favorite like superhero. This is the first one I watched. My favorite, and I watched like what is it? The one with Tobey Maguire, the one with Andrew Garfield, and the Tom Holland. And the No Way Home was great. As well as Spider-Verse. Anything Spider-Man is always a treat. And let's see here with Spider-Verse. I don't know if you watched it yet, but I will say that it's long, but it's great, and you should give it a try. It's actually a lot more like it's more unique than what I'm used to watching. I think the last animated like Spider-Man, like was it show or movie I watched was it was like the Spectacular Spider-Man. Let me find it. I remember listening to this, and this is so hype. Oh shit. Oh shit, I messed up. I rolled the crate. No. That was dumb. Ooh, I'm cringing. That was a big mistake. All right, top deck, top deck. Well, no, I'm bricking. This card's so good. This card and it's like draw two. Yeah. Hey, welcome back, Swan. I'm just chilling out. uh it's it's very hot here. I think I might wrap it up sooner, so because I think I gotta start packing up for, you know, my trip. I think I packed up a little bit yesterday, but I think I'll do more like packing up and probably get dinner with my family. Deadpool is the master of using other people's like weapons. That's the thing in general what I like about whenever it's just like, you know, whether it be like in video games or movies and all that, just being able just to take your opponent's weapons and just using them against them, it's so satisfying. You can show that you're just a lot better than them than they are at using it. Okay, you're done. Oh, shit. Yo. Top deck. Does it ever... You getting hungry? Dude, so am I. I don't think I didn't eat that much, honestly. I think for me, it's that I just saved myself up for like dinner for dinner. I don't think it's not really a healthy thing I should do, obviously. Yo. Woo! Oh, you don't want to wake up your parents? No, that's fine, dude. I mean, if you have to like go, like, yo, that's fine too. I do really appreciate just chatting and all that. Like, yeah, thanks for following me, and you can just check out my other platforms. And whenever I'm live, you know, you can just stop by and we can just chill and shit. Woo! Haha. Yeah, I know that for me, like, what was it? For me personally, I'll I'll s- I'll say that, yeah, I remember before I was actually pretty like loud before when watching someone, and like my parents, they got super mad at me to lower it down. You see? Yeah, I gotta go now. It's 4. See you later. Yeah, I'll catch you later, man. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. There's no way I'm gonna like get it. Okay. Let's go, let's go. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Alright, I got this. Holy shit, I'm drenched. Damn, my chair's like sweaty. Ugh, gross. I can actually feel it. I mean, I'm opening up my windows. I thought that was fine. But, you know. It's whatever. Okay, I don't know how super obvious I'm going to make this, right? Jeez, I'm not playing anything. I don't know if my opponent's that stupid enough to fall for a an evenly and an imperm. You see? Okay. Oh! Okay, here's my chance. Wait, I think I can target the... Oh, okay. Nope, I'm not going to do anything. It's not going to matter that much. He's just going to banish and shit. I mean, Runic... I haven't played Runic in a while, so it's like, whatever. But, I got myself an evenly matched, so I can... Just, like, see ya. Oh, shit, now they know I run Dark World. Okay, hopefully... Can they set? I'll hope they get greedy. Man, they're just really gonna milk this shit. No! Fuck you. I needed that to get rid of his shit. Ah, damn it. Okay, wait. Okay, hold on. I think I can do this. Okay, yeah, no, wait, hold on. I mean, I could evenly match, but nah. What'd you do? Oh, shit, the decree. No. Fuck you. Oh no, I played in my imperm column. That's so lame. Well, you know what? I just love... No, my extension! What the fuck? Let's get Punisher. It still does some shit. Ah, ew, gross. Yep, give me the Grappa. Okay. Let me see what other big brain stuff I can do. Well, I don't have anything I can just... Let's attack him. How that? I like the little calculator right here. Let's do 1400. Take this. Take a cross. Take a, like, you know, an arrow to the face. There's a good chance I'm not gonna win this shit. Ugh. Wait, hold on. Let me check my like phone. I think like my family is like texting me, like dinner and shit. What? Oh shoot. Get the hell out of here. Oh shit, dude, wait. Okay, I turned away and he activated card destruction? Holy hell. Let's go. This guy helped me out. Thanks, buddy. Okay, not only do I get a card to my hand, and I can special summon. Let's see here. I know. How will we get ourselves... Let's get Gentleman. Can I... Wait, what? Wait, but why? Why would he... I've never seen like a runic player play card destruction. Why would he do that? He was really banking on the fact that I didn't have any Dark Worlds in my hand? That's really ballsy of him. Oh, shit. Oh, 1 day of peace. Oh, okay. He's really going for the deck out strategy. Ugh. Okay. What you got? You got a Kree. He doesn't scare me at all. Oh, I really wish I had like my Zeus. Attack, boom, boom, pow. Bam, bam, bam. Well, he's gonna disconnect. I'll take it. Let's do it. Disconnect. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Oh shit. Okay. Now let's see. Let's keep going. How much more I have left? I'm like, okay, I'm like almost halfway there. I think I was. Let's see. Let's get the ghost mate. Oh man, I'm still not done. I'm just having a good, just taking my sweet time. Just playing dank worlds. Woo! That's some good water. And speaking of which, I still remember doing like a blind water tasting like test with like with me and a bunch of friends. I just know that like Arrowhead's by far like my least favorite. It just has this like, you know, weird aftertaste to it. Yeah, not my thing. I think like Fiji is one of my favorite. Because I remember growing up, I always thought that like all water just tasted the same. But it turns out no, there's like, you can tell there's like difference in water. Like people would just like, I know people would just like give other people some like, what, shit if they actually just like prefer, you know, going like out and just buying like, you know, bottled water or, you know, like one of those water jugs to like drink water from. Because, you know, there's always tap water, you know, it's like free. But apparently people will like, you know, would pay more for like, you know, tasty water, if that makes sense. Uh-huh. Okay. I just need to spring this trap and it's fucking over. Yeah, you just have to run these against Labyrinth. That's the only way to fuck him up. Okay, that's fine. It's not discard. It's just, okay. Shit. What you got? Okay, come on. We got Lovely. And I thought like Labyrinths were bad enough, but with the new support, it's like, so much more consistent. Jeez. This definitely is lovely. Yeah, now I'm kind of sad. Just pop and lock. Are you serious? And that's the thing. This is just, you can just play pure Labyrinth. Like, the extra deck shit is just like a bonus to them. Ugh, yeah. Got. Okay. I'm pretty sure, like, in the next month or so, there might be just a ban list. I think that having... Oh, boy. I mean, Eradicate at 1 is fine. I don't know if they're just gonna ban it, of like how like toxic the card is now because of Labyrinth. This one archetype just ruined it for everyone. Because I remember in Dark Worlds I play it too, but still. How the hell am I supposed to deal with these beat sticks? I mean, these do not. These look like more like, I don't know, like more like fairies and more like fiends. Jeez. Shh, come on. This like, these quick effects. No. Okay, just please let me get the pop. Let me pop. Let me have a chance. Okay, and that's the thing though too with archives. You need a Dark World in the field, so I guess you know, kind of makes sense because it might be too much. All right, let's go. Give me the draw power. Decree is gonna be useless anyway. Let's see. Okay. Okay, not bad. That's so far so good. Oh, I wish it was like permanent, not just like on the field. Let's do it. Get him. Yo, okay. Thank you. And now let's continue. Let's banish the... Well, let me see here. Can banish this. Did this lead... Banish these two. Or is there anything else? You can special summon this card. Yeah, this card to your hand. Yeah, I think this is fine. Boom. Okay. Let me search. Oh, maybe I should have popped this card. Whatever. Just give me another Grapha. Yeah, uh-huh. Okay. Or I just get... Okay, I can just get myself number 60. It's fine. Hmm. Yo. What you gonna do? I don't even have any rank 8s, so yikes. You're right. Hmm. Yes. Well, I'm still not done yet. Because I could just normal summon and search for another gate and just keep going. You think I'm going to stop with like one gate? Yeah, right. I have plenty more. And this is like a nice little 3300 beat stick. I mean... these cards are... Wait, never mind. I have that. I have the out. Banish. Let's get rid of... Yeah, let's get rid of Snowy. Response? Okay. Now to the bait. Alright, can he quit now? Get him. Let's blow the back row. Alright, who cares? Boom. And that's it. I mean, unfortunately my field spell helps them too, so yikes. Just double attack. Let me read the other ones. Ah! Really? There's like no rank 8. Really? No rank 8? That's not good. Because I have plenty to go around. It's like, for instance... Puppet time. And guess what? I can just do this. So good. Hope everyone's enjoying themselves. Just playing Dark Worlds. I can't wait for the next monsters type to be like plants or insects. You know what that means for me. Just playing trap tricks. But it's actually pretty relaxing. No hand traps to stop me. I can just pop off whenever I want. Fun, 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 fun. Oh. And guess what? I'm opening up pretty well. So first things first. I'll start off by playing a simple card. I can special summon it too. And here, ooh, there's so many good. I can get Ascension, Or I can just get myself this dude. And then... And it's just, it's so free, too. Banish, and this comes back. I wish... Uh-huh. You say we get plants best because of wild brain, because the boss monster just blow up the board and come back. Yeah, it's like, it's ridiculous when you think about it. Shit. Honestly, let's do it. I'll say, well, usually the best options go for the hand, but let's go, let's do this. Let's go grave and then, like, the field. I want to keep a dragon lore in my hand. Woo! I'm not done yet either. Because I could do, because I got more like tricks up my sleeve. Just get more summoning, so we can get more discarding plus power. So let's get ourselves a draw. Oh man, the evenly is so good though. Right, he can do his worst. 3,500 beat stick. What now? Can't believe like tier elements use this card too. Time Lord. Fuck this deck. Ah, gotcha. What you got now? What the hell? No way. Ow. That's gonna sting. But however, my Grappa returns. I hope he's done. This I've never seen this cover. What the hell? You can battle it. That takes damage. Takes battle. Oh, it's for Ignister. Oh, and we both discard. Oh, because it's burned then. Do I want to bash to the Grappa? Oh, shoot. Boo. Essentially, it's just a free pop. I can just keep going. We got you, and lastly, Rock the Dragon. It's just gonna keep piling it up. And now I can just go for just a nice little Phoenix. And pretty much I think I got myself game at this point. Pop. The thing about Phoenix, I've never really considered that it was like a wing of like a fiend. I thought it was like a winged beast. Uh-huh. God, I love Dark World. And they're not like even like once per turn too. I know like the latest sport has more like once per like turn limitations, but ah! Excuse me. Mmm. Oh man, what a great day just grinding and just playing Dark Worlds. Can't believe I spent like 8 to 10k on just this selection. Well, more of 8k on the latest one, and then I spent like 2k on the other trap trick shit. Dude, this card's great for like Dark Worlds. He knew that I was gonna play the Foolish Burial Grid. That's why he quit. I'm that good. Easy. I mean, honestly, people thought this was gonna be like the Labyrinth like event, but they're wrong. This is my event. Playing Dank Worlds. I mean, I also seen people play Runic too, which is like, you know what? That's fine, because like the new support, it doesn't like, I'm just calling it now. Tier 1s, this could be like, I guess, Tier Limit, Sprite, and now Labyrinth. But I think, and then Dark World or Danger Dark World's probably going to be like Tier 2 or Tier, yeah, I think Tier 2 or Tier 3. Same with like Trap Tricks, because there's like still Bestials to worry about, which is kind of annoying, but whatever. Okay, let's get our. Give me the draw power. Freaky. Oh wait, hold on. That's pretty good. I really want to get the popping effect, but like, whatever. But as long as I get my setup, that's all that matters to me. Keep drawing. Oh, ooh. And then, ah, man, the gates. It's actually so tempting. Holy shit. Yeah, let's do it. Why not? Now I have 2. Can I play more? I'm not done yet. It's literally just a free bounce. Alright. Your move. I can see why people like run like one or just none of these. I mean, it's still a nice little dump target for like Foolish Burial Goods. Get out of here with that shit. Not my watch. I didn't even need it anyway. Oh, okay. I'm not scared at all. I got like 3 fat dragons. And the thing about the Dark World like archetype too, with not just the mechanics and effects, but like archetype looks super fucking cool. Honest. Yeah. Okay, all I just want is like my opponent just to get an instant scoop. God, just summon it. Summon and dump. I wish there were like more like, you know, Dark World fusions. I mean, maybe in the future. And you only just run one of these, unless your opponent decides DD Crow. Because this is the only chance you get of getting it back. And it's so free too. Okay, what you got? Ah! Time to spring it. Boom. Oh, I can't even use Archive. Whoa, shit. I think did he bait me? No. Got the bait. Okay. What's the... That was the Kini. There's routes you can send one monster their choice. Okay, who cares? Pierce. Shit. Nope. Yep, all set. Not a big deal. Because I still have like my spell cards. Oh, it's still enough to like beat it down. Aha. Mmm. Honestly, I sometimes forget that the secondary ability is a thing. I just thought for just more for okay, negate, discard. But now, alright. But I don't have a follow-up. That's kind of annoying. That's it. A Phoenix. Well, I'm out of options. Wait, if you... Ah, it does piercing damage. Shit. Why can't this be like until the end of the turn? No, it's gonna live again. Even giving your opponent like even one free card is like bad. No. Just get out of here. Yeah, it's a 1-for-1. I'm not gonna let you get like a few, like a virtual and a spell card. That's like a lot of value. Because let me see here, just piercing, blah blah. Okay, still search, whatever. Again, this is for like labyrinths. Okay, no spells. Wait, never mind. You can just shuffle it back. He's nothing. Okay. Ah. It comes right back. I don't know if there were any like good like rank 8 fiends I could have found for this event. Man, like so many opportunities like wasted. Like I really need a top deck like a Dark World. Cause that's not looking it's not looking good for me. What the hell is this shit? Rip. I actually probably after this video I gotta look at like if there are any like good like rank 8 big fiends that I'm just missing out on. Cause I was just going for dragon. Unfortunately I have not I can't pop, I don't have anything. Just a dead card in my hand. What's alright? This is sad. Up, recycles, and it gets a free. Oh, it's a summon too. It's not even. I'll be really shocked if I manage to make this comeback or just win, because he's been really milking with this like with this Dakini. This duel shit would have been over a while ago. Damn you. Damn you for not using any of these, like, traps. Okay, I mean, what's getting... I think I'm just gonna lose it if I just draw another decree. Just like auto scoop. Just end it. Just end the stream right here. Jeez. I'm safe. You know what? Let's... Okay, I really need something, otherwise it's over. Okay, heart of the cards. I mean, for a level 8 ritual, the effect's gotta be at least good. Okay. Come on, draw, draw, draw. Dude, what is this? Is it... Wait, hold on. Wait. No, I always wanted to, like... I don't even have any fiends. Okay, next turn, it's over. You know what? It's like... It's Brick City. Come on. Okay. Not much you can do here. How is this game still going? I mean, I know people have like complained about you shouldn't use like your or buy particular like archetype sleeves, because if you use them, it's gonna give away what deck you're playing. Like if you see someone's Sky Striker sleeves, they'll be like, "Geez, I wonder if they're playing Sky Striker," and I'll just prepare accordingly. Same with like Dark World and any other like archetype. Oh, what? Oh, wait, it doesn't have to be a fiend. Okay, it can't be like the turn it's sent. Okay, never mind, I didn't read it carefully. Holy shit. Come back to happen? Yeah, yo. Yeah. Okay, I actually can do this. Finally. Up. Keep it coming. Okay. Yes, now we can cook. I'm gonna stomp on his face. And claw his face off. Yep. More value. And I'm not done yet. Yeah, up. I think this should be game. Unless he has unless he banishes it. No. Right, get out. Alright. Well, just gonna buy my... Honestly, just buy myself time. This is actually not that bad of a plan. And that, I'm done. Maybe I should have attacked first. Oh well. Ooh, okay, I'm still living. Thank you, my... Look how cuddly he is. This little elephant with a pillow. Stalin. Which... Can you not read? You can't use your effect? Buddy. You don't want to disturb the cute little elephant. Pass. Okay, I have another turn. I mean, even if I just like pitched it, I don't think it would have been enough to run it over. Can't believe it's like permanent too. Jeez. Negate. Boom. Yep, you gotta love the imperm. And Konami did such a great job not letting me mess up. $18 cards. Okay. I think honestly I might have to just get a unicorn. This is ridiculous. What you got, buddy? I mean, I can't play defense next turn. I'm just look at this. This is Brick Central. Okay. Yeah, I have to do it. Alright, I have to do it. I need the draw power, please. Get out. Spell. No, let me keep my gate. Nothing, too. Okay, yeah, get it back. Yeah. Oh. Who's he gonna choose? Oh, I could use puppetry too, but nah, I can't. Okay. I can. Yep. Let's do it. Give me the draw power. Yes. Okay, now let's... Finally. Pitch. And then I got the foolish bee too. Perfect way to start things off. Bounce. I don't think it's done yet. Ah, two Dark Worlds for the price of one. Do I? Nah, I'm not gonna pop. Wait. Where can I get unicorn? Oh. Is it different names? Okay, that makes sense. Which is fine by me. Pop. We could target. I got the decree. No traps for you. All right, let's give me. Can I get a graph? Oh, I'm out of graphas, really. Shit. And then my only out. And now for the finale. Haha. Aw, boo, I can't attack. Okay. Got my little unicorn. I got my 2 boss mods. Well, not really boss. Nope. Get out. Yep, too bad. No. Oh. What? Okay, it's only it's only negate. I thought it was just thinking destroy. What you got? Honest. Okay, I could still beat him down. What's gonna happen? Then target your monster. That was. Oh. Get you. Is there anything else that's dumb? I need to read carefully. Have any other graveyard shenanigans I have to be careful about? Yeah, I get honest too. Get everyone. No bouncing. Battle phase. Crash? Why would you... Oh, thank you. Because my Salamander comes. Free. Once per turn, I just get a free card. And then Grappa. There's no way. If he wins this, I just quit. It's like so bad. Forgot Decree. Not my watch. I mean, I can style on him. Why not? I feel so comfortable, and this card is like so good in Dark Worlds. It's a Fiend, and you can just discard. When a monster is destroyed in battle with the involving Fiend, you can just add it to your hand. So there's more value. And to level 4, too. So I can make some nice rank 4 plays. Beautiful. Just like, beautiful. And I could just keep... I just do this. I just get to summon a nice little 3k beat stick. And again, honestly, I could run 3 Dragon Lords too, if I wanted to. Alright. He's got Banish. What you got for me? There's no way you can win this. But he's stalling. I'm locking it. Haha. Keep it coming. Yeah. Easy. Okay. I missed like what? 3k more? I think that's it. Let me see here. Let's see if I can get, like, how much I can get myself. Mission. Uh-huh. Beautiful. I love free gemmies. So I can wait until, like, when a cash tier comes out and just, like, spend it. Hurry up. And I still have my pass. Delicious. Okay, let's see here. There's so many opportunities I messed up. Okay, let's go 8. Fiend. And then what we got ourselves? Where's the XCs? Yep. I mean, that's it. That's all the fiends I get? What the hell? Ah, that's lame. But not bad so far. Okay. I think that's it. Thank you guys so much for watching. Make sure to follow me on Twitch if you haven't already done so. You know, you can join my Discord. You know, just you follow me on Twitter, and you can join my, or just sub to me on YouTube. All that good stuff. And I will see you guys later. I'm planning on coming back, I believe, like, I think like Monday or Tuesday. I'll let you guys know. When you follow me, you'll get more, like, notifications. Yeah, see ya. Let's raid someone. Because I gotta start packing up for, like, my vacation. So, it's pretty fun. Hope you guys enjoyed the rest of your evening, morning, afternoon, wherever you guys are from. And, yeah. I can actually take a shower.